How is it going, ladies and gentlemen? It is I, Zimzilla99, coming at you live again, once again. And I am not alone this time as I start off this stream. Usually I have to wait a little bit before at least one person joins, but no, I already got one person here. It is the wonderful Takaiju. Say hello, my good man.
Hello. How's it going?
It's always going good as always. And let me set that up. That seemed better. And today I am actually not going to be a floating icon today.
Epic.
Behold. So there we go. It was at least 2 weeks ago. I ended up ordering this wonderful green screen here. So we get
Nice.
some Boop and Anguirus snoots in the background.
Angzilla.
Angzilla. Anguirus. Anguillimus.
Anguinus.
Gilligan's Island.
My
It's good to see you,
favorite.
Brandon. Good to see you back now.
monster.
Angorigor. Mick, I just got the shit kicked out of me. Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus, killer of the living. Killer of the living.
Gamera, my favorite.
Gamera, my favorite Godzilla monster. Are you ready to be disappointed when the next Monsterverse movie inevitably comes out?
Oh, disappointed?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't know. I wasn't disappointed with Godzilla vs. Kong, so I was the rare few that actually enjoyed it.
You were like, oh.
Yeah, I was disappointed by King of the Monsters.
What happened? What would you feel if the next movie it essentially pulls like a Katam on you?
Oh, I'd be a bit bummed. I'd be like, oh,
That's
well.
unfair.
I mean, granted, like they're both flawed in many different ways, but I
Mhm.
just enjoyed GVK more.
Have you ever seen the King of the Monsters: A Great Joy by C. Animus? It's the 11-part look at Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Is that where they're like analyzing it and like?
No. Well, it's one guy analyzing it, but
I thought because I thought I saw you looking at it on stream once. Like I might have popped in and then popped out.
I had not looked at it yet because the only reason why I knew about this guy's channel was because he was on EFAP. He did a super chat, and he ended up talking about Godzilla. So then I looked up his channel, and then I lo and behold found out that he did this giant series. What he did was that essentially the normal video is 2 hours long, but he split it up into 11 parts that were essentially around 10 to 12 minutes or so, talking about the film.
Yeah, okay, then I haven't really heard of that.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Oh, look who it is. My two loves in the same stream.
It's Braden.
Love you too.
Love you.
Godzilla Raids Again is better than Godzilla's Revenge. Well, Godzilla Raids Again is actually not that bad.
Oh, yeah, it's a great movie.
I don't know. I think it might just because for some reason I've been just very Raids Again pilled, and I've been watching that film a lot for some reason and enjoying it more every time I watch it. Probably just because of repetition.
That's fair.
But
me, I think Raids Again is my least favorite Godzilla movie.
Oh no! Easily, everyone knows my least favorite Godzilla movie, but
yeah,
yeah, exactly. I've disowned one of my loves. I know we're going through that rocky point in our relationship. Exactly. But the true best Godzilla movie is Gamera the Super Monster. We can all agree to that.
Yeah, I haven't even seen that. So, yeah, I'm a fake fan. I haven't
Yeah, what are you,
the best Godzilla movie?
Fake fan? Come on, jeez, get it together.
The one I haven't seen.
It's really funny because they do there's some shots in that film. I'm even hesitant to call it a film. Has some green screen shots that just look really weird because you could tell it's a pretty good Gamera suit for the time walking in front of a green screen, and it's just very uncanny in a really weird way. Like
I have to watch it.
Like it's the one shot that I always remember. It's the Godzilla spoof one where he walks past the small building and at top there's the Godzilla parody sign that topples over. Like just that whole scene just looks weirdly uncanny because you could tell it's a green screen with a suit actor walking by it.
It's odd. I haven't. There's a lot of Gamera movies that I actually haven't seen.
Oh really? Which ones?
Mainly in the Showa era. I've seen some Showa. I've seen the first Gamera, Yao's, Barugon. I don't think I've seen the one with Gurion too.
Oh, okay. So like you've seen like the really memey one, and then you saw the only ones that actually kind of matter to watch in the show series.
Yeah, I haven't seen the rest, and I haven't seen Gamera the Brave yet. I need to watch them because I actually do have the collection of all of them.
Yeah,
I need to like just sit down and watch them, but I just haven't because I've been watching other things.
Brave is just a weird one to find too. So
yeah,
but
But the
when it comes to it,
I've seen it. Great.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the my reason my head searches because I'm just looking at the films. Like I like the films right there. Overall, you don't really lose anything by not watching Destroy All Planets. Jagger is at least somewhat interesting because of what they do with Gamera, and then Zigra feels like total filler. I think the only reason why I ever took the time to hunt down a copy of Zigra was just because I liked the monster and I'd never seen it before. But that's essentially just SeaWorld the movie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gamera's weird.
Gamera is very weird. Specifically Showa Gamera.
Yeah.
But it's also weird because certain people will say Showa Gamera is good because it's campy, while in the same breath say Showa Godzilla is bad because it's campy.
Oh yeah, that's always. Maybe it's just because Gamera himself is just a bit weirder than Godzilla. Like it's a turtle that flies.
Yeah, but then like that'd be the same people say, "Oh yeah, I love how Gamera Invincible, like Gamera the first Gamera movie was, because of like the tone it has. Literally, man lifts up a building and then just like goes in and immolates people like he's a World War II soldier." But yeah, no, that's a weird take. Ooh, I'm curious. Have you heard any recently weird kaiju takes? Like recently, mind you.
I think I saw one on Twitter, but like I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, but it's Twitter, so
yeah. I don't recall any. I think. Oh, you know what? Maybe one of them I saw a post. That was mentioning some of the Showa series are skippable, and the Heisei series is completely like I don't know. It was like if someone's getting into Godzilla, they suggested watching the whole Heisei series, and I'm like, no, watch the Showa series. No,
I'd say like if you want, because it's essentially
I was partially joking. Just because the Heisei series.
You know, I know definitely you're joking. I'm like thinking just logistically in my mind because I'm that kind of an autist. It's like essentially, it's like 7 films.
Yeah,
and
I think they also just said the Millennium series is kind of whatever, and I'm like, no.
I would say no. That's definitely weird. I would like the really only film I would say is whatever in the Millennium series is Megaguirus, but that's kind of like the agreed upon take is that Megaguirus has always been skippable, so don't bother.
It's just like I feel like the Millennium series just has a lot of nice, except for the exception of 2 films, like one-off stories that are really just fun to watch.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is Godzilla. It's like, yeah, that's Godzilla. It honestly kind of evokes the Showa series, just even though it's all set in a different continuity, but it kind of just feels that they're, I don't know.
I think it's definitely because, like, I would say in hindsight, it doesn't feel like the show series, but probably when the show series was coming out, where there isn't a whole lot of continuity between all the films, it does kind of feel like similar to that. I would say like the only thing that really sets it apart is that when you get to like that one series of films, post Destroy All Monsters, you're dealing with the same Godzilla design for a pretty good amount of time, so that it feels a little bit more connected than the Millennium series, where for two different series, like 4 films, you get to see the same design at least twice, and then you have Final Wars and GMK, which are kind of those weird ones out there.
I feel like GMK especially. I don't know, because like GMK is just. I feel like for the most part in the Millennium series, most of the Godzillas, they kind of act the same. They have like the same personality, but then like GMK is just pure, like I will kill everything in sight for the fun of it. And Final Wars Goji is just kind of pissed at everyone, which
he's mad at the world.
Yeah, he's like, I hate the world.
I hate it. Although I would say that also it's one thing that's also interesting is that because of the more lighter tone Megaguirus has, outside the fact that the film's also there's more light in the film to begin with, it's really weird to see the like that Godzilla design like doing body slams or just being very like emotive versus like the first film where you could tell there was personality there, but it was a lot more subdued.
Yeah, it's really that the body slam scene is just so odd in Megaguirus. Like it just comes out of nowhere. Honestly, it's weird because I would say for the most part the film kind of feels like 2000, but then like just or it doesn't like it has that same tone, and then it's just Godzilla jumping.
Well, like what? Remember when after Megaguirus drops the building on his head and he gets up and he just has that like really really fast shake of his face.
Yeah, but like I don't know, even that I feel like would be it's odd, but it feels more passable than Godzilla just
it's definitely more passable. Yeah.
Belly flop on Megaguirus. But like I could see I could see like an animal kind of doing that. Maybe if they slowed the speed it would be more believable, but like
it would definitely be better with a lower speed.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's Megaguirus is weird. I really like honestly, like I think the reason why I almost prefer watching Megaguirus over 2000 is just because of the beginning of the film or the first parts of the film, because I actually find it really interesting with the Mega Nulon and stuff. It's like this weird horror, like and it kind of creeped me out as a kid too.
Oh yeah, true.
That like the drunk couple or whatever getting murdered was like really terrifying.
The one thing I was thinking of definitely is with Mecha. This is obviously we're still talking about Anguirus for the stream, of course, when Vic gets here. Megaguirus' design, unironically, I kind of wish he looked more like an Ultraman kaiju, where instead of like having a bug lower body, like or she was around the same size as Godzilla and had like more suit actory looking legs and just kind of duking it out with Godzilla that way. Because like the head does not remind me of an insect; it just reminds me of like a insect-like monster. And especially when you see how like they incorporated a suit actor into that whole character, it just feels like a missed opportunity to me.
Yeah, Mechagearus is designed it because she's supposed to be a dragonfly, and I think I've seen she has Godzilla's DNA, which is why she has that face. But honestly, if I were to redesign like Megaguirus, I would make her a lot more dragonfly-like. I'd give her still like maybe like mandibles and shit that are like sharp and stuff to maybe invoke that look, but not like completely just reptile face.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I always notice, it's that with Megaguirus redesigns, the face always gets changed pretty drastically, while everything else oftentimes stays pretty similar.
Yeah, and then I feel like it gets then like like they just like make her a dragonfly. Like I feel like they should take a little more creative liberties with like the face a little.
Yeah, at least like proportionally, they don't look always that bad, because with dragonflies they have really bulbously huge heads with really big eyes. Oftentimes, like they keep Megaguirus' proportions, but just dragonfly them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do with Anguirus yet, but like, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I can think of just looking at a bunch of like insects for reference that can make something unique. That's usually what I do for like insect like designs. I'm like, okay, let's look at different insects. Kind of what they did with honestly Mothra in King of the Monsters, like because then you create something like.
Oh, that reminds me. You know the concept art Mothra?
Yes,
with the legs. That's what I was thinking of. If I was thinking of Megagears with legs, something similar to that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be kind of neat. Wait, I want to look at that. I want to see that.
Yeah,
Mothra again. Wait.
And this was always something really weird. I'm not sure why this was when I was younger, but for some reason I was like super psyched when I got Megagears and Save the Earth, and I thought it was like the biggest deal ever. But it's probably just because I bought the movie around the same time. So it was just a monster I was super interested in.
Yeah. I feel like most of the Millennium Kaiju are like Orga, Megagears. I guess those are the only two original ones. Besides Monster X and stuff.
You can't really. Can we count Monster X though? Because it's still it's like a Ghidorah.
It's pretty much Ghidorah, which is why I said Monster X himself, yeah, but but it's like a different form. It's I don't know. I'll count it, but I consider Kaiser Ghidorah and Ghidorah like pretty much.
Exactly.
I feel like the Millennium Kaiju aren't that like crazy. Like a lot of people like Orga. I personally think he's a bit lame. I think he's cool.
Over that.
I think he's really cool, and I think putting the slight inspiration of 98's head, and I've always thought like, it kind of looks like 98, and no one pointed it out, and then people started to point it out. I was like, I knew it.
I knew it.
I think that's a really funny, cool design choice, but like overall, I feel like he's like one of those designs that I wish had a bit more going on with him. But his concept is really cool. Like
he had a lot of really out there designs for when he was being created.
Yeah,
and I think definitely with how he would like his story led to him a little bit more freedom, because I feel like another monster that had like a lot of really wacky and out there designs was Biollante. Like both Orga and Biollante, if you look at their concepts versus like their final designs, they went through a lot of like really interesting changes before they settled on what they ended up using.
Yeah, it's the only difference is that Biollante actually ended up with an interesting design. I mean, I don't think like even Orga's design is bad. I feel like I'm like, I wish I would have done things a little different. I think the best part of the design is his giant hands. And
big meaty claws.
Like it's really cool, but I don't know what it is. I think it's just because he's just like gray and he doesn't like stand out that much.
And that fight also takes place in the dark too.
Yeah, like I just feel like when you like put him amongst a bunch of other Godzilla kaiju, he's kind of just the like one. Like he's just there. Like
what's interesting is that when you look at, for example, Rulers of Earth, his color tone is also a lot brighter. He, instead of like being a dark gray, like similar to 98, he has like he's like more silver in that comic, which kind of helps him stand out and it lets the details on him stand out a little bit more.
Yeah. It's interesting. He's not like, I like Millennium. The form before. Like he's only in it for like 2 seconds, but like whenever I know that like the CG is like bad on him, but like I think I actually find Millennium very like really weird and interesting looking. A bit more than
way, like because of what you think it's made out of, like he looks really jelly like, but that may be because of the CG. I think in a way it helps his design, although I would have been really interested to see what a prop Millennium would have looked like.
Yeah, I agree.
Like something, if I imagine him moving and fighting, I could imagine something similar to like Dogora in the way he kind of floats around and moves.
He's just very like
spindly.
Yeah, I feel like he looks more alien than Orga.
Mm-hmm. But
like,
I think that makes sense too because he's going from like alien to then Godzilla absorbed like mutation. So in a way, that makes sense.
I think it would have been cool if maybe like Orga, maybe some traits from Millennium actually carried over to Orga.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think his face is really cool. Like I think like Millennium, and I just think
yeah,
if some of those like that face was like maybe on Orga and still like expand, like was able to like open his mouth really wide somehow. Like
one thing that could have been interesting was like incorporating like aspects of Millennium into Orga via like attacks, but like essentially they're kind of like one offs and they sort of like wither and die out off after because of like how the reason Orga was created was to better adapt to the atmosphere. So like, you can imagine like giant Millennium tendrils coming out of Orga's back, they kind of turn gray and they kind of like crumple and fall off. Sort of like how like what Orga's body does after Godzilla kills him.
mm-hmm.
Like that'd be interesting, but like it's like a very vibrant blue. That'd be, I don't know, that'd be something interesting I could think of.
I also think the ship is really lame.
Oh yeah, no, the ship is really bad.
It's like that's the best you could have come up with.
It feels like a less detailed, deformed Kids, which was the small ship from King Ghidorah.
Yeah,
It kind of looks like that in terms of its shape, but just no detail, bigger and just smooth.
Yeah, it just has no detail. Like the whole like kind of like how Orga has on his shoulder is cool. Like I think that's really cool. It's just that it's like so plain otherwise, and then for the most part, it's a giant like turd. it's just like, or they could have even made like Millennium just like almost like this ship hybrid creature or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just
the like only time I think Millennium's interesting is like when he first encounters Godzilla, the shot of him on top of the tower, and then the scene where the ship comes out of the ground with Orga together. So the ship's still active. Those are like the only times I think the ship looked visually in some way interesting. Yeah. And that's mostly because of the context of the scene it's in rather than the design itself looking good.
Yeah. Like I think the fact that they're still like I do think it's really cool that like the ship is still like kind of functioning even when Orga's like acted like it's like, oh, double trouble. Like it's like for Godzilla, but then they don't really do a lot with it.
Yeah, they do a lot. If there's one thing that the non-film version of events always do really good, it's like exaggerating things, and like the 2000 manga does a lot more with the ship as well as the aliens in general. So it's a shame because you look at that and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh no, that's what we got. It's the same thing with Space Godzilla too. That's another adaptation.
Space Godzilla.
Yeah, like the fact that like Mecha Godzilla comes back in that to fight Mogera for a bit, which was interesting. Or the designs touched up a little bit more, and some of the attacks, there are just certain things you're like, oh, I kind of wish they did that.
Space Godzilla.
Space Godzilla. Oh yeah, how what are your thoughts if they ever introduced Monster vs Space Godzilla?
No, please do not do it. I mean, either way, I would be excited because like, oh my god, Space Godzilla. But like, no, that is like the last thing I would want in the MonsterVerse whatsoever. Like, oh my god, like just Destroy and Space Godzilla.
Really destroy it too.
I'd rather have Destroya. It's just I don't mind if Destroya is in the MonsterVerse. I just don't want him yet because they like just wasting their ideas. They like just like using up all their ideas right away. Like they already used Ghidorah, and it's like, okay, well,
that's gone.
They use Mechagodzilla. They use like their most popular monsters. Like, how about use just some other like make Destroy. I think it's cool if you make Destroy the big baddie that he should be, but like just
actually have him build
him up.
The course of several films.
Yeah, build him up
just
or something.
Shoot him in.
Because that'd be cool, but just like throwing him in there is just kind of dumb.
Like Mechagodzilla.
Yeah.
It's so funny that I remember a while ago I predicted we were gonna get Mechagodzilla for GVK, and so many people were like, no, it's gonna be a straight up fight between Godzilla and Kong. It's not gonna happen, and it feels good to be right.
I hate when people leak shit. Like I
would have been
so hyped in the theater.
It was like a purely, that's what I assumed, because at this point we had already seen the other 4, the big 5. So I was like, GVK is gonna be the last MonsterVerse movie. We're gonna see Mechagodzilla.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it kind of did just make sense, but like for GVK, I just avoided looking at the design because they have to. Everyone has to post things everywhere, and it's annoying. I didn't get that that was one drawback with King of the Monsters, is that like the toy came out and Burning Godzilla was just there. It's like, oh, cool. And then when I saw it in the theater, I was like, I knew that was gonna happen. Even in WonderCon, the marketing for the movie, God, they just straight up showed Burning Godzilla in the WonderCon trailer of him like roaring, and it was like, why would that's like the finale of it? Why would you like ruin that surprise? It's just dumb. I will say I think GVK actually did better with the marketing, and they gave hints of him. They didn't like outright show him, which I think was like good. Like it gave people to like speculate and stuff. But then there was the stupid leakers that would leak the toys, and then it's just an obvious secret.
Yeah,
that was, like,
because it was the I think it was Hong Kong toys where we saw the Mechagodzilla design, and then of course you see the shot of Mechagodzilla. Well, not actually Mechagodzilla, but the data screen behind Ren Serizawa, which
yeah. And I mean, like regardless of like how you feel about Mechagodzilla, like anyone feels about Mechagodzilla being in the movie, I just always find it really like just annoying when like a surprise of any kind, like even if like it's just like ruined because of a toy or because someone leaks it, it's like, oh my god, like you look at No Way Home.
I would like, for me, I'm the opposite. I don't mind if something gets leaked because I'm like, oh, that's cool. I can't wait to see how that gets incorporated into the film. Although, like, if you like just leak out an entire script to me, I'm gonna be a little bit more apprehensive. But I think that definitely, like, people don't at this point. People know people don't like getting leaks. Don't leak stuff at all.
Yeah.
But while Vic is on his way home, he did ask a question. He said, if you do MonsterVerse phases like Marvel, what villain should end off phase 2? I'll let you go first, and I'll go second.
What are we like? Okay, in this situation, are we considering like phase 1 to be like
GVK ends phase
GVK?
1?
Okay.
Yeah. So this new MonsterVerse film that's coming out does phase 2.
Okay, in a perfect world where the MonsterVerse doesn't get canceled, I want to keep Destroya pretty like maybe phase 3 or something. So I would choose personally either Hedorah or maybe a tag team of like Gigan and Megalon. I don't know, or Gigan and Megalon could like just. I feel like Gigan and Megalon could work for like a movie that's already. I want them next. Honestly, that's who I personally want next. I want Gigan to come to the MonsterVerse, but like, I don't think Biollante would be a good choice as like a final villain, mainly because Biollante is like, or I know they could always change their origins, but like,
yeah, exactly. They've done that already.
She's not like a final like enemy kind of monster. She's like very like kind of almost. She's not passive, but like just her like whole storyline with like
she does, yeah. Like in her original story, she never really wanted to fight. It was just kind of it happened.
Like that's not her character, and everyone's like, "Oh, Biollante would be so cool!" Like it's like, well, that's not like the point of Biollante though. Like that's I would argue that's like the point of Destroya. Like Destroya would be that, but like Biollante isn't necessarily like a.
Biollante would be a very fun halfway villain, where like if there was like some type of Titan human symbiosis, having Biollante be like sort of like the first brush we have with that for humanity, that would be like good for like a mid season enemy, but not the final enemy.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. I think either Hedorah or maybe Gigan and Megalon, because I think Hedorah is terrifying, and I think you can do a lot with Hedorah. Also, the whole monsterverse is kind of built upon,
pollution.
Yeah, and it's just Hedorah is just underrated, and I think needs another appearance. And then Gigan and Megalon, I think it would be really cool to just see, like, I know we got it with the Mutos, but I almost imagine like Gigan being like almost, and Megalon being like an assassin monster to like actually outright try to kill Godzilla. So like maybe for like aliens or something, like they want to like kill the strongest Titan, and that being Godzilla, and that is their goal, to just kill him.
That would be
and they're built to be weapons.
Like if we built off we know that Titans were used to be weapons back in the past, so like the idea that another civilization actually accomplished that would fit thematically, definitely.
I think it'd be cool. That's just what I want to see. I personally, like, for the next MonsterVerse stuff, I don't think we're gonna get that now, but I want to see an alien invasion, since we've already established aliens.
Yeah, true.
I want to see that. Like, that is just that's definitely just me nerding, because like that is a core part of Godzilla lore, and I really want to see it. Like, we've seen all the Hollow Earth stuff, but like we should bring some extraterrestrials.
Bring in them aliens. I think for me, actually, interestingly enough, Brandon hit it on the head for me, something original. If I was going to do a MonsterVerse Phase 2 sort of final villain, I would want it to either be... Actually, I think I could do a tag team too. It'd be both Amaluk and Camazotz, both returning, because the reason I say this is because, one, I think Camazotz was actually built out really well in Kingdom Kong, as well as he also isn't dead, so he can return for like another end of night scenario, but this time actually engulfing the whole world. So that's something personal for Kong. And I think that if we're going to have more MonsterVerse comics, I just like this idea of possibly Amaluk continuing to like pester the other monsters and just being that one thorn in Godzilla's side that for some reason just doesn't bow. Not because like he's another alpha and they had an ancient war, just like this is one example of a species that doesn't want to follow commands, and that just becomes a bigger threat for Godzilla. And I think that it would, because we know Amaluk is composed of vines, if he ends up dying, that could end up into being another plot thread that could introduce Biollante. But I think like cool. like this concept where essentially at the end of a hypothetical Phase 2, both Godzilla and Kong aren't really able to keep things in balance because of how things have changed would be interesting for me. And having Phase 2 be capped off by original creations, in my opinion, would cement the MonsterVerse as not just being like a Godzilla extension, and more like a universe that has like its own characters to like have merit. Because like we already know people like Behemoth and Scylla, so like giving villain monsters more reason for people to like them would be nice, in my opinion.
I agree. I think honestly, when that question was asked, I did not even think of original monsters. But I actually do really want to see more original stuff in the MonsterVerse too. But I want it to be given the time it deserves, because I just like, I don't know. I know that I would love to see the MonsterVerse expanded to like more like original, like oh, look at these original kaiju. You care about them, right, audience? But to be completely honest, I feel like most audiences, besides G fans and stuff, are mainly going to be like Godzilla. Like they like just Godzilla. Like even I feel like when King of the Monsters came out, people probably thought the other monsters like Rodan and King Ghidorah were cool, but it was always like the all eyes were always on Godzilla and Mothra, because Mothra's like the second most popular, because everyone knows who Mothra is.
Honestly, to me, like from what I saw in like when you're that one guy who is the Godzilla guy out of your friend group or population, essentially, people always ask you. And like for me, the only things that ever get brought up kaiju related is always Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, or as ever like. This is interesting because depending on how old that person is, they will either say Ghidorah or Ghidorah
or gonorrhea.
No, it's always like Zoomer kids always say Ghidorah. People who are older than me always say Ghidorah. and yet there's never a crisscross between that from what I've seen. And then finally Kong, and now with GVK Mechagodzilla, that seems to be like the 5. Essentially, Rodan got kicked out of the big 5 now, and Kong took his place. But yeah, those are the characters everyone talks about. But I think really, if this is going to come down to the writers actually having good motivations behind their antagonists, if they're going to make original ones, but like really giving them dynamic fights between like the monsters we do love, because I know a lot of people don't remember what they're called, but people I know always talk about how they liked the fights from Kong Skull Island, but like also is it's super edgy, but Skullcrawler is still a really dumb name. So same thing as Warbat.
Oh wait, can I? Okay, names. Can we? I hate the names of all the titans in King of the Monsters. I hate them. I think it's so dumb. Like Behemoth. So they're just all like used names. Like, why not just give them original names? Like the other, like Godzilla, Rodan, King Ghidorah, Mothra. Like those are all original names that stick out to you because they're original names and not just thematically like Behemoth.
Like thematically, it fits the universe. I think honestly, they shouldn't like those shouldn't be their names. That should have just been like their designation, and then they had proper names.
I agree. I think that should have been what like this beast was like based off of like the myth of the behemoth, and then they actually give it a name. Even the Muto. I mean, I know Muto stands for like a massive unidentified terrestrial organism, but like Skullcrawler is even though it's kind of a dumb name, it's an original name. It's not just
Ramarak was better as a name, at least for the main Skullcrawler, but like no one ever says Ramarak.
Yeah,
but it sounds really cool.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, I hate the name. Like,
and then none of the other fauna ever get like names that aren't like distinguishers of what they are, like Death Jackal, Siren Jaw, Mother Longlegs.
Yeah, like I don't know, create something cool, like fucking, I don't know, like. Like looking around my room for like just some random things that can combine to make like a name. Like I don't know, just make something an original name. It's like cool. Like instead of just Behemoth. Like I think Behemoth, the design I think is pretty cool. I personally think it needs a bit more to it, but I think it like overall it is pretty cool. It's similar to my opinions on Orga, but just calling it Behemoth, like I just feel like belittles. Like it's just like that thing could have like such a cool name, but no, you give it just the most
or like another one that like he's not in the movie, but in the novel you hear it's Makilium Bembe. Like cool name, but like it is a cryptid name, so like everyone knows it because of the cryptid name.
Yeah, and then everyone associates the cryptid with that. It's like calling Gigan Cyclops, or like Godzilla like Leviathan or something.
Yeah,
or like Ghidorah Hydra.
Well, no, that's the one thing that's actually good about Ghidorah's name is that like they should have taken inspiration from how they like did a lot of the Showa names, because Ghidorah is essentially not corrupted but like modified from Japanese like way you say Hydra, but in a way that is original.
It's like this is one thing I brought up. I was like, it's like calling Rodan Phoenix. Like it's so lame. Like wow.
Or Titanus cockatrice.
Oh, I just feel like Phoenix works it because he's like fire, and it's like he's a bird of fire. It's like wow. Or
ooh, that's interesting. What would we name Mothra if we were gonna give it a generic mythical name? Mothman.
I don't know.
Titanus Mothman.
Does it like
no? Even better. That's what Batra is. They call it Titanus Mothman, and then they're like, no, that's Batra.
That's Batra.
Because it fits too well, and it's wrong that it fits that well.
Batra's cool. I think Batra's the coolest Heisei monster. Personally.
Yeah, I love Batra.
Batra's underrated. I love how Batra. I hate that movie, or I don't hate it, but it's. But like, it's just Batra is. I think is really cool in the Mothra mythos. Like that, there's a light and a dark, like evil. Like there's like an evil and a good side. Like or like, I just think it's. It's yin and yang. It's kind of interesting.
It would be interesting.
I have ideas for Batra.
They did like a. Things. What was I thinking? like a MonsterVerse version of Batra, but it's essentially a more aggressive Mothra. It'd be interesting if they could do something like that, because maybe they could have it where instead of it being a symbiotic relationship, it's more of a parasitism between those two. Like, there's things you can do with Batra, but one thing they definitely need to do is they need to give him a new roar, because it's essentially Rodan's roar.
Oh my god, I hate the roar. That is like one of my biggest gripes with the Heisei series, is how they just repeat the Rodan roar, and it's just at a different pitch. Like, Ghidorah's roar is so lame, and I hear it all the time. Like
they were whenever it's like Rodan roar. I like this. This is ours.
I hate whenever Heisei Ghidorah is used in marketing things, because then I know what roar is coming. It's just Rodan's roar. But the original roar is so much cooler. It has such a distinct sound. And then
again,
it's just...
you can't beat the BBD.
Yeah, you can't. Even MonsterVerse Ghidorah did it. Thank God. Jesus. Like,
or the fact that also Space Godzilla is Gigan's roar.
Oh yeah,
it's a pitch change too.
I
at least that one's a little bit better. That one
it doesn't sound tell. It's not as noticeable. It definitely isn't. It's not as noticeable. It's just, I think they do other things to it too.
Did Destroya have a modified roar, or was that an original roar?
I mean, just based on what I remember it sounding like, it sounds pretty original to me.
Yeah, but like most people don't know that Space Godzilla is Gigan's roar. So
yeah,
if it is a unique roar on its own, that means they actually only ever made, technically, right? If we're not counting monsters who got updated roars, there was only ever 2 new roars they ever made, and it was Biollante and Destroya.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, poor Batra. Batra is so cool, and they just give it Rodan's roar. I forget about that, because I think Batra is cool, because I don't watch that movie that often, but then when I hear I'm like, oh, like it just makes me go like,
it's very just uncanny, especially when you know where the roar comes from.
I don't even think it fits. Like, it's not even fitting. Like,
it fits, but it's immediately, I always know where I know exactly what other monster it is. It's the same thing with this is gonna be really out there, but Salamandora from Ultraman 80, his roar is Magma's roar, and every time I hear him roar, I know which monster that is, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's Magma.
What Ultraman monster is that?
It's
that, like,
the one from 80, brown, got the red thing on his throat. I'll bring up a picture for everyone.
I feel like if you showed it, I might know what it is.
It's a pretty common monster that they use. I haven't used it in a while though, but there we go. He was in Ultra Galaxy Legends too.
Can they also, speaking of Ultraman, can they just give us a release date for Shin Ultraman?
No. You get
I want to see it, and I'm tired of seeing spoilers for every little thing.
You get no such thing.
I just want to see the movie, man.
No.
How hard is it? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's
and that's Salamandora.
Oh, that guy. Okay, he's not that memorable to me. I feel like, yeah.
I always remember it because of his head. He had an episode, and the fact that his roar is literally Magma's roar.
Is Magma
Walrus?
Oh, it's the walrus, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah,
that's why I always remember it.
Yeah, I need to watch that though, because that is on the list of things I'm going to design.
Ultraman 80 or just Ultraman in general?
No, Maguma.
Gora.
I'm not just designing Godzilla stuff. I'm going Toho too. Like, I'm just going Toho monster. It's not just Godzilla monsters. It's Toho. So it's So I'm doing the Gora and stuff like that too.
Yeah, that's
Frankenstein, because I just think it's fun. And maybe kind of incorporating them to whatever dumb, really not really thought out lore I come up with.
Oh, speaking of Frankenstein, I know Vic also gave another question.
Oh, what?
It was about aliens, but that's gonna be another spiel. But what I was thinking of was, what would you have thought if during before we ever got Godzilla versus Mothra or Mothra versus Godzilla, that we just saw Godzilla fighting a whole bunch of other universal monster creatures, but just blown up the size. So we did actually get Godzilla versus Frankenstein. We got a official Godzilla versus the Wolfman.
Here's the thing.
You even see a Godzilla versus Dracula or something like that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I have yet to watch the Universal Monster movies, but
Oh,
I know
really?
who they are.
Wow, that's I am
But I would love
surprised.
to see. I would have loved to see that. I know who they are. Like they're classics, like Dracula, the Wolfman, uh, the swamp thing. No, the
Gilman.
Gilman. Yeah, yeah. I was, and of course Frankenstein, but like,
Mm-mm.
or the Frankenstein's monster. Um,
Yeah, be
but
right about it. Don't be a fake fan. God,
yeah,
jeez.
but I would have loved to see that, especially I think um Frankenstein versus Godzilla because I love Frankenstein conquers the world. I think it's
Mhm.
really cool.
Yeah, no, that's ironically enough, I would say next to Space Amoeba, it is the best non-Godzilla kaiju movie they ever did.
I think that one gets like overshadowed by War of the Gargantuars. I
Hmm.
think they're both great, but
I
like
think Frankenstein's better.
I I need to watch them again. But I think I had the same opinion. I think I was like I like this one better.
I
And it's
it
not because
makes
Baragon. I just liked the story of it
Yeah, it's not
better.
just well. I think Baragon had a more interesting fight with Frankenstein, but I
Yeah.
also think the cast of Frankenstein also just did a better job.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Um, as well as just the fact that it's Frankenstein immediately just makes me think, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's like it's I haven't seen it, but like it's like a completely different take, but it's inspired by like it's still almost they imply in the movie from my memory, I haven't seen it in a while, that it's like still kind of the same or like the flesh is like the same. It's weird.
It's the heart of Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's cool. Like I like I don't I really just kind of like the idea of it might I don't know how Frankenstein fans would feel about that movie, but like
Mhm.
I think it's cool that this like kid or like this like I think it's cool that he just like starts like kind of like grow like disgustingly like it's just like I feel like you could like if this was modernized you can make this like really like kind of horrifying and like
Mhm.
kind of also tragic
Yeah.
um like just the idea of like just I guess a man like or like growing and then just like not being able to like it's like what's happening and then like being perceived as a threat. I mean that's like Frankenstein, but like
Mhm.
it's just interesting. I always thought it
Have you
was.
ever read the original book or no?
I have not. I don't read
Hmm.
that much because I'm bad.
Yeah, fake fan.
But
You know?
I'm a fake fan.
If there's one
But
thing I would say, if they hypothetically ever did like a reimagining with another monster, they didn't have to necessarily make a Baragon. Um, the one thing that's interesting about the book, at least, is of course Frankenstein kills a lot of people in the book, but he's like really remorseful towards the end of the story because of
mm-hmm.
like everything he did and he didn't want to exist. That'd be something that'd be really interesting to play off because he does also like Frankenstein doesn't speak in the Universal movie or in the Iron Conquers the World, but he does speak in the book. So like the idea of like him hypothetically somehow, some way, like dying and his heart getting ripped out, and then he wakes up and like has some kind of memories from back then and realizes he can't die anymore. So he can't ever find peace and everyone wants to kill him or experiment on
Yeah.
him. That'd be really interesting that you could do with that character.
I want to honestly I want to explore some of the original lore of actual Frankenstein and then
Mm-hmm.
incorporate it into whatever design I do for that character. Like I want to like actually blend them and be like, okay, let's make this sick amalgamation of the original
You know, like
Frankenstein and the kaiju one.
it's really this is gonna sound really weird because obviously you haven't read the book, but
Yeah.
like if in a way, if there was like ever one of those like, oh, this is connected to this, the original Frankenstein book fits really neatly into the like just sort of the tone and themes of the original Godzilla in like a really weird way.
Really.
Yeah. Like it's a really dark, it really thinks about like these ethical questions about like creating life or like humanity, its relationship to nature or like other things
Mm-hmm.
to like in a lot of ways the same degree Godzilla does implicitly or explicitly, to where like I could see if hypothetically if no one figured out like whatever happened to the Frankenstein creature, that could have happened in Switzerland and across Europe, and then
Mm-hmm.
um later on Godzilla appears, and then that's obviously something you can't really hide.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. That's interesting. There's a question I see.
It
that
was
I kind of want to answer.
Was it if they do phase Monsterverse phase?
No, it's
not that one. The Aliens one or the Baragon and Varen one?
That one.
Well, I know Vic's gonna be on the stream. Vic, you better get in here. I swear to God. So we can circle back to that probably when he gets in here, but we can do this one first.
All right. Do you think Baragon or Varen would fit well in the Monsterverse? I think Baragon would.
I think they both do.
I think Baragon. I only say Baragon because this is more of a design thing for Varen. Whatever the hell.
The unbelievable.
The unbelievable. Baragon's just easier to design.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have this. Because I'm trying to figure. Varen is. I have to design him eventually soon because he's like one of the first Toho monsters. You have this like reptilian lizard flying squirrel thing that, and it's kind of like, okay, how do you do this? Because like there's nothing really like on Earth that's like this.
You have like those kind of like flying dragons, like those little tiny lizards.
Yeah, but like
flaps there.
It's just that's personally not how I'm going about it. I'm honestly, I think I kind of want to make Varen a scaly rat thing, like a squirrel, like
Varen, you filthy rat.
I just think it'd be more interesting than just because every Varen design I see is just kind of like they're good, but like they're either just like an oversized Komodo dragon with traits, or just like a lizard with membrane, and I just don't think it like works. Like I think that's not. I don't think a lizard, if you just like put like a lizard on like a bearded dragon or something, and then I don't think you'd be able to like just fly. Like so, I think giving it a body plan that actually like works for that makes more sense, and a mammalian body just seems to work. And then I don't know, like there's a Monster Hunter monsters. I think I've said this before on the stream that like do something similar, like Tobo. It might be what is it called?
Tobogachi.
Yeah, Tobogachi has like a very Varen-esque kind of.
Since not everyone's a Monsterverse fan, I'll bring up a picture of Tobogachi.
And I feel like that. God, the way they like just kind of combine nature elements in that game is amazing. I feel like something like that would work for a Monsterverse Varen. Like, kind of. I mean, that's kind of also similar to what they did with Ralph from Rampage. There's no way that wasn't a Varen reference. There's no way that was not.
Was that a Varen reference?
He like glides like, I don't know. I always love that. I'm like, there's no way that.
Of course, the wolf flies.
Like, why would they just? Oh god, that monster even just like looks kind of like Varen, or like what I would imagine. Like, oh, good. Just make it brown and like.
I mean. That's kind of gold, not brown, but.
Oh yeah, I mean, it still kind of works.
One sec, where I just saw it. Is it? No, I'm gonna have to do it this way then, because it's.
I feel like that picture, the render that you showed off of him, like with his wings spread out, just like works perfectly well. Like as an example of like what Varen could be in like a modern design. Because I think Varen is cool. It's just like. He's just a little difficult, but I guess this is proof that it's not impossible. So
one thing
I think he could work. I think they could both work, but I think Baragon is easier.
Yeah, Baragon's definitely easier. Although, one thing I was thinking of if like I had to do a Monsterverse Varen, it would probably be something similar to like the Warbats in terms of like their wings, but incorporate it into a body that has arms and legs. Because I think like the fact that they live down in the Hollow Earth, and because it has a very Pellucidar sort of geography to it, I like the idea of a lot of things evolving to glide around makes sense, even though the gravity's inverted.
Yeah, that's what I wanted for Ghidorah, for them to do with his wings, but they didn't. They gave him regular dragon wings. I'm doing that for my Ghidorah. Spoiler. I mean, I already have an image of the Ghidorah with that kind of wing concept, but I'm doing that for my Ghidorah and just explaining that like he doesn't necessarily use his wings to fly, but it's more of maybe like a maybe to, I don't know, warp the gravity or something around his body.
Gravity manipulation.
Because they just look so much more alien, and it's weird that why didn't they do that for Ghidorah?
Also, since he finally decided to show up,
we
have our third member. Hello, sir.
Hey, what's up?
We bring us G Defender, guys. Say hello. Be kind.
But guys, I just got back from work.
Since finally he's here, that means that I can boop the soon and we can begin the actual reason why we started the stream, which was Anguirus
time.
Anguini. But I think now that ZMB is sort of a thing for us to do, we're not just going to go over the designs, but I also think character would be interesting to discuss, or like to see where everyone's thought space is in about not just like how the monster looks. And of course, since Defender is the newest person in, we'll have you start out first, and then we'll go to Takaiju and then off to me.
All right, so we're just going over character first.
Yeah, we'll do character first. And of course, if like there are certain things about the design that influence the character to you believe, then of course include it.
All right. Well, I guess one thing that I always thought was cool is that it was the first monster Godzilla ever fought. I think he works good as like a rival ally type character. That's something I think is like, I guess can be vital to like any interpretation of Anguirus. Mm-hmm. That like he should be like a rival ally type of thing, since he has those two reputations.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you think about it, Godzilla and Anguirus have only ever actually fought twice, and only one of those times was actually like a one-on-one sort of rival aspect, and then every other time it's been Godzilla and Anguirus like together as partners.
Yeah.
But like it is interesting, like the idea of Anguirus being a rival to Godzilla rather than like just an ally, although it can work too. But that I'll give my thoughts about that. But is that sort of your general sort of overview for you, Vic?
Yeah, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. In your case, Takaiju?
Oh, okay. So quick question for Anguirus in the Showa series.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Raids again. I know how he Godzilla ends him. But is it considered that like there's two Anguirus in the Showa series?
Yeah, there's two Anguiruses.
Okay. Okay, so then I guess first Anguirus, but this also kind of applies to the second one. I always seen Anguirus, as many others do, as like a fighter. Like he's a very like, he puts all he can into a battle, but is usually the underdog, as shown in many films and circumstances where he like loses. But I see him as a very like, besides Raids again, he's just always up to the challenge, and even though he might lose, he's not the strongest kaiju ever. And he's very, I guess, loyal to Godzilla, which is why he's often regards to as his best friend. And I think it's cool that are we just talking about his character, like not specific
his character, but like if there's anything you think of that's like related to the design that you think influences the character, then go for it.
I don't think there's a lot in terms of design. I guess maybe this is kind of just kind of like subjective, but like the little like crown on his head, or like the little like, you know, the spikes on his head, kind of to me invoke like a tiny crown, but he's always below all the other monsters, so he's not exactly the king.
Maybe he's just arrogant, and that's why every monster beats him up, because he has like literally a crown built into his skull.
Yeah, I don't think, maybe not. Maybe a little arrogant, but I would argue other monsters are more maybe not arrogant, but just maybe not always bites off a little more than he can chew.
His courage outstrips his ability.
Yeah, very courageous. Very, I think, definitely like he gives an attitude of like, let me at him kind of like monster. Like whenever he fights anyone, like he hates, like he tries his best against fake Godzilla and then gets his ass kicked. Gigan, he tries so hard, and Ghidorah, like he just gets thrown in the air by Ghidorah, and then Gigan, he just makes a dumbass move and gets
his face
cut open. And then of course against Godzilla, the first Anguirus was very like, I can beat you, and then Godzilla's like, no. So
munch.
Yeah, munch. And I don't think there's a lot that really goes into like his design, like how those personalities incorporate in his design, but like, because I think it's just he's based off of like an Ankylosaurus, but he does have a lot of character, I think, in general, and I really like that about Anguirus, and I think that's why he's a fan favorite. And seeing him interact with Godzilla is always a treat, in my opinion. It's cool to see them like kind of work together and beat up things. And I know you get that a lot with like other Godzilla team ups, but I feel like the personality really shines in Anguirus and Godzilla, in both of the monsters, more than maybe any other team up that Godzilla's had. I think the exceptions would maybe be Rodan.
I would say Rodan too.
Rodan, Mothra, maybe a little, or Jet Jaguar. But But other than that, I don't think, like, I think they have the closest like interactions and like back and forth. I think that's cool. Like they team up, they plan strategically to take down the monster. You can see it kind of in Destroy All Monsters, I guess, to some degree. It's I feel like that's when it first started because that's his first appearance. But throughout the show series, it's they're like, he is loyal to Godzilla and they work together and it's cool. But yeah.
I would say definitely overall for me, I think this is going to lead into the design, but I think the reason, like, I like the fact that Anguirus doesn't look like a typical Ankylosaur, and it just leads to him being a lot more anachronistic in the same sense that Godzilla is. And Anguirus, and then also Rodan, and then if we include King Kong too, Kong to a lesser extent because he's not a Godzilla monster, they all feel like perfectly natural extensions of a world that Godzilla inhabits. To where if like there's a large predatory dinosaur, a large sort of radioactive version of a more passive herbivorous dinosaur also makes sense. Same thing with having a giant pteranodon there, and the fact that like you can't look at it and be like, yeah, that's definitely based off an Ankylosaurus, or it's definitely based on like Polacanthus or Gastonia or any other Ankylosaur. Just makes Anguirus's design, like just him as a character, timeless. And then I very much, I like the fact that he's loyal to Godzilla. I don't usually like it when like people compare him to like Godzilla's dog. Of course, like that always seems to kind of come into play because he always plays second fiddle to Godzilla and he's always a lot weaker. It's like the idea of like, oh, someone kicked my dog, I'm gonna go beat them up, kind of seems to be like that kind of vibe. But like whenever they are kind of shown as like equal monsters and are able to like tag team and stuff, that's always like nice to see, especially like both, I would say the two monsters that like have a very good sort of like dynamics, not just like as characters but like physically, are Godzilla and Anguirus, and then Godzilla and Rodan, because we do see in Astro Monster, Rodan picks up Godzilla and then they both all tumble into Ghidorah, into the ocean. And that's kind of similar in my opinion to when Godzilla like tells Anguirus to like ram him into the back before flipping over King Ghidorah. So, or another thing I was thinking of was when in Rulers of Earth they fight Mecha King Ghidorah and Godzilla uses him like a flail and swings it by his tail as a weapon.
So funny. Or that panel is so funny.
But like it draws that line between it being serious and the fact that like no one's laughing about it in universe, but like that is such a silly concept, but it makes so much sense for both of them to think about doing this.
Yeah.
And then also I think in like even outside of Rules of Earth, it's like the Legends comics, which I think take place in the same universe. They always have like sort of like those looks at each other, so you know that they're both like sort of having some kind of communication between one another. And then we see that later on when Godzilla kind of looks at the Anguirus trilopod, and then it just completely like just starts mauling him. And I think the panel was like something to the effect of like Godzilla's looking for a connection, some kind of kin, and then like that's crushed as we see the Anguirus trilopod maul him. But I think definitely, yeah, like the idea of Anguirus being like a scrappy fighter is very important to his character, but also like the idea of him being also kind of curious too. And I think definitely we see that a lot more in like Singular Point, for example, than any other places. But like he is very much like a boots, like first to fight, Rangers lead the way kind of monster, where he is always kind of on the front. But I think another thing is that because he's so naturalistic, anytime he gets beaten by other like more sophisticated monsters, it kind of like it can reinforce like the ideas of like nature versus machine, where Anguirus lost to fake Godzilla. Fake Godzilla's already beaten an Anguirus, so it already puts those two on the same level until we see Godzilla best fake Godzilla before he truly becomes Mechagodzilla. But like outside the fact that I don't think people like seeing Anguirus lose all the time, although that seems to be what he does. Anguirus is a pretty useful measuring stick when we compare other monsters in terms of like how they may stack up to Godzilla himself.
Yeah, he's definitely not the strong.
No, not at all. But let me bring up the
loser doesn't even have a beam.
That's interesting because should we talk about powers here, or should we talk about them after we go through the official designs?
Maybe we should just talk about them now.
Yeah.
Then
so like Anguirus, I think I'll start and then we'll go to Defender. With Anguirus obviously doesn't really have powers per se in like the main continuity, except for you could say the sonic scream that you see in the Pipeworks games was influenced by footage you see the Osaka Castle crumbling while Anguirus is screaming, so people can assume that. And then of course in the game too, he's able to like shoot out his spines in his rage attack. Yeah, in his rage attack when he jumps up in the air, little projectiles come out in there. I think they are.
Damn.
I think they're projectile based. I don't think they're hit scan. So you can obviously, if you get out of the AOE, you'll be able to dodge them. But I think they all do just shoot out for him.
Is that in every game, or is that just?
I think that was just Destroy All Monsters melee, because I think if I recall in Save the Earth, he has a different rage attack, and then there wasn't rage attacks in Unleashed, or either version of Unleashed.
Yeah.
But we do know to some degree that Anguirus was going to have an atomic breath or a similar type beam. What is y'all's thoughts about Anguirus having a breath weapon? Like an actual breath weapon?
I think it's dumb. He doesn't need one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he needs one. The sonic beam, I'm a little okay with, like, if they rework that somehow into a future project, but I wouldn't say he needs a breath weapon per se.
Just like, it's Godzilla, but
even like, let's say like he didn't have like an actual atomic breath. What if he had like a 98 power breath, for example?
Personally, I think that would fit Rodan better.
Yeah, but then Rodan also had a purple beam too for like Fire Rodan, so like it fits for a realistic Rodan, but then also like you're getting rid of a really cool beam effect too if you're gonna make that Rodan's breath weapon.
I don't think it. I just don't think the beam really works for Anguirus as a whole. I think I don't. I've always seen him as like because he's armored. I always see him as like kind of more defensive.
Like
and obviously he uses his brute strength he has to like fight. I just never like. I don't think every monster needs some kind of supercharged beam. Like even like Baragon has a beam and like. GMK they actually changed it. They just give him fire, which I think is better.
Well, no, he never uses a beam in GMK. It's only in the games where we ever see him get fire.
Wait, doesn't
no, he never shoots a beam in GMK.
I thought he just.
Nope.
Wait, who shoots a beam?
I thought he shoots a little fire.
for Baragon had a heat ray in Frankenstein Conquers the World, but in GMK he never has a beam weapon, just all pure tooth and claw.
Oh yeah.
Dang. Okay, I misremember. I think I'm thinking of the shot where there's like, I think it's Godzilla that. Okay, wait. I think it might be the fire from Godzilla's beam. That there's a shot where it shows like Baragon's like face up close, and then there's just fire around him, and I guess I just accidentally associated that with him.
It's I know what you're thinking of, because remember after Godzilla tail slaps him into the helicopter, he gets up and there's fire around him.
Yeah. I think I just mixed that up with like my knowledge on the games and how he shoots fire.
Yeah, because his like in the Pipeworks games, for people who haven't played, I'm not sure who that is. He doesn't have like a normal heat ray, although his heat ray is really similar to Godzilla's in Frankenstein Conquers the World, but it is more just like a flamethrower in the games, which always set him apart from the other monsters, as well as I think, if I recall, in Unleashed, his beam recharged passively too. I think like he never needed to charge it.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I don't know, but like going back to Anguirus, I just think he works better without a beam. I think what Singular Point did with like giving him a different power was interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You wanna since you brought that up, you wanna sort of explain that?
I'm not good at explaining that, but I like his future vision, or Singular Point's confusing. Just his future sight, or like the way how he can predict subtly like a little, not too far into the future, but like
precognition, right? I guess. Yeah,
like he has like kind of like a future sight sort of.
The way I've always thought about it was that Singular Point monsters, for the most part, the stronger ones, are always able to like see beyond space and time, so therefore they can see events happen before they do, and therefore some can manipulate it while others can't. So for example, that's why Godzilla has his powers, or why, although Nano Monster Jaguar has its powers, Salunga is essentially immortal, and then Anguirus has his future sight protection.
Yeah, I think maybe like, okay, because I feel like that future sight thing kind of only works in the context of Singular Points, but I think how he defends himself with that, I think, is actually cool and could be incorporated to more Anguirus designs. Like the way how I really like how his spines rattle. But also it's just like it shows that he can like deflect stuff with like his like armor, and I think that could be really is a really cool trait.
That definitely works. Like the rattling works a lot more when his spikes are longer, because like if he had more, like if he had spines similar to like that Anguirus,
it wouldn't really
them. You wouldn't really be able to notice it.
Or like maybe even like not even his spikes, maybe like his carapace like kind of rattling or some sort. Have you guys ever seen The Future's Wild?
Yes.
Do you know the rattleback?
Yes.
I'm kind of thinking of that. Like that's what I thought.
For people who haven't seen it, we'll show the rattleback.
The rattleback. Okay, The Future is Wild is basically this like speculative evolutionary documentary showing what creatures, animals might look like in the future over a course of millions of years. It's all speculative, but there's this creature called the rattleback that has like this armored, I think, what is it, keratin on his back?
Yeah, it's keratin. That's used to be the like little bits of armor.
Similar to pangolins, which are like these anteater things. And what this thing can do is it uses as an armor, but in the show it's able to it can kind of rattle it as like a display, and also like
actually right here you can, although it's small,
there's two different kinds.
Yeah, because this is a later rattleback, while this one
there's like a plains rattleback.
Yeah, this is the more plains deserty one.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, you see certain versions of it where the spines are more up. That is due to the raising of those spines and then rattling them together, which makes the noise and gives it its name.
Yeah, that's like when I first saw that in Singular Point, that was the first thing I thought of it. I was like, oh, that's so cool.
It's funny you say that, because when I saw The Future's Wild and I saw the rattleback, I immediately thought it was I just was like, oh, it's Anguirus.
Yeah.
especially because I saw it out of order. So the South American Rattleback was the first one I saw before I saw the North American one, and it looks like a tailless Anguirus in a way.
Yeah, it's cool. Okay, if you haven't seen The Future is Wild, you should watch it because it's actually really interesting.
I very much recommend that.
It's a bit dated in terms of CG, but like it's still really cool.
It's a very fun project that like a lot of action was poured into it.
I wish it was. I hope we get a similar thing in the future, like eventually, like just a similar idea.
That and anyways. Alien Planet, those two.
I love that one.
Double showing of those two.
Bring those concepts back. So cool. Oh,
one thing that could be. Oh, we did.
There's like a Netflix show called. It's not as good.
Alien World.
Yeah, it's tackles similar.
It was all right.
It was all right. Yeah, it's not the best. It's cool. Like from what they show off, it's really cool. But they just it's kind of not as crazy as Alien Planet. But anyway, back to Anguirus.
One thing I was thinking about was that like you could, in a way, in a more natural sense, have the precognition be a sense where although Anguirus isn't able, like his brain is able to process events in a way where like almost to a precise way where he can almost predict the future, but it's more like it's contemplating like the trajectory of objects, and therefore once he sees it, he can then dodge it, not because he's actually seeing the future, but just because his mind is just able to make a bunch of calculations in his mind. Or like,
isn't that like
essentially like Spider-Sense?
America works with the shield.
With the shield, he's essentially just tactical enough to where he can throw his shield and knows that if he hits this, he'll bounce off that and then come back to him. Yeah.
That's cool. Like it's like Spider-Sense and then Captain America's shield like combined. That's
in a way, yeah. So like for example, if you could work then like a hypothetical like rematch between Godzilla, Gigan and Anguirus, although he's not fast enough to dodge Gigan's blades or like his saw, he can then move his head so where he still gets cut, but it's not fatal to him.
Yeah, I am. I'll discuss this. I'll discuss something later with.
Or like the weaker he gets, the less he's able to just process it, because of course it's taking a toll on his mind to process all of these like possibilities to where like that's why Godzilla could then beat him, because he just kind of wore him down to that point.
There's one power that we kind of totally skipped over.
And that would be the Anguirus ball.
Yeah, the Anguirus ball. Where
Anguirus ball
just rolls.
He's a roller boy.
I think it's a cool power. I mean, it's cool. I don't know. Like I think it worked. Like it's kind of for his body. Like his body, like does that like it kind of doesn't really make sense all entirely. But like even in Final Wars, the prop is like smushed.
It's smush.
But like I think it's cool. It just kind of like using the thing on your back as like a weapon to like it just makes sense. And like obviously we see him like launch himself at monsters, which makes sense. But the ball, he's very even in Final Wars, like they call him like Armadillo, and I think he very much. I honestly, when I first heard that in Final Wars, I was like, oh, he is kind of. I think he was an armadillo. Like when I was a kid,
damn that armadillo.
Like he's a mutated armadillo, but no, he's something entirely different. But yeah, I think it's a cool power. That's really all I can say about that. It's
and what's interesting is that like the spikes coming out of him from his rage attack, that is from him curling up into a ball, jumping up into the air, and then the spines rain down. So it is technically it comes out of the Anguirus ball, but I like the fact that he can roll. That was a good addition that they did. Yeah. As well as he can also just be more maneuverable. So like drop kicking someone out of a roll and stuff like that. And although we don't see it, like we do see it in like a comic where his tail is kind of like prehensile. So like the idea of him like curling his tail around, and obviously his tail's spiny. So that would be something interesting too. That
reminds me of those lizards that can do that.
Yeah. Like I know chameleons can do it. Then that's the one I think of like always. Although they're not lizards, but like snakes, if like you hold them, they'll take like their whole body and like the back end especially, and then they'll start like coiling around even if they aren't constrictors to get out of being held. So monsters with prehensile tails are always a plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the lizard that can like turn into a ball. Yeah, it's not that lizard.
Armadillo lizard. I think it is called. Yeah. Let me look that up.
I may or may have not used that lizard as reference for my Anguirus design in some aspects.
There it is.
But it just makes sense.
It quite literally, yep. It is essentially a real life Anguirus. Let's share that, folks.
Speaking of this, actually, Anguirus is very defensive. We see this in Destroy All Monsters, where Ghidorah's literally, well, I guess didn't do that much, but I think Ghidorah got hurt by stepping on Anguirus' spines. I think that would hurt anything, really. So he does have like a defense of his spines, but I guess his skin, I assume his skin is pretty armored too. I mean, we see that in Single Point.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, the only times we ever see Anguirus get blood drawn from him, it's from his neck, his face, and his mouth.
Yes.
So these things are so adorable.
I love them. They're cute.
Let me also. Do I have it? Yes, I do have it. So let me share. Or is it gonna be? Oh, it's. I guess. Okay, it's gonna be funky. Oh well. Okay. So we'll do it like this. So we have the first Anguirus, specifically the 55 design. We'll start. We'll do Defender first, and then we'll round robin up to me. So, Defender, thoughts on the very first Anguirus design?
I think it's pretty cool. Again, I like how it complements Godzilla with him being more of a T-Rex and Ankylosaur. I like how they take different aspects for like the armored spikes, the ones that go around the tail that make his crown. I like the face. I like the way his fangs and teeth work with his snout. And then I always thought it was interesting, like how it would look like with his carapace. I don't know if that's something we forgot to go over, but like split carapace versus like full carapace.
I want to hold off on that because there is a design in here that has a split carapace. So we need compartmentalize any thoughts about the split carapace until we get to that one specifically.
All right. Other than that, that's most of my thoughts towards the first iteration.
All right. So I think honestly, it's hard to find a good image of the first Anguirus design, to be honest, on Google at least. I think this design is very underrated. I think that's mainly due to a lot of people not liking this film. But I think the design is really cool. One thing I appreciate about the original Anguirus design specifically is how he just feels. I think it's that face. He just feels way more reptilian than like Anguiruses that would come later. Like his face just looks very like a lizard. Like his teeth are just very. He has the fangs, but like it's just very very like kind of crocodilian, I guess, kind of looking.
Yeah, it's a little more jagged.
Yeah, very jagged. That's a perfect word. You also see him in I think in this one you see him upright a lot. You see him on quadruped a lot, but like or being a quadruped a lot. But in this movie specifically, he's standing upright.
Stop sharing. I'm gonna go find a shot of him but on on two legs.
Yeah. I think this Anguirus design is cool. I think another detail that is a rumor but may not be confirmed 100% is that the suit might have been green.
Yeah. What is your thoughts about a green Anguirus? Because I never usually see like a lot of fan-made designs always go for like a brown. Sometimes you get like blues, but green is very rare, especially because like they say it was an emerald green. That's like a very distinct green to have used.
I mean, I'll go into more detail with this for my design, but I'm thinking about giving him the green color just for fun. I'm thinking about it because I kind of like I played around with it a little, but I just I wanted to It's like I like for this kind of design series, like I want to go to like possible like original like what this thing originally was. Like so like I kind of might want to play around with like different kinds of green, not just a lime like emerald like bright green, but just a subdued green instead of just the traditional brown we usually get. We'll see. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but if it works, I might just use that as my Anguirus color. But I think it's I wish we could see it in like an official work once maybe. Final Wars, yeah, he's kind of bluish, but like I kind of would like to see it in an official work once, just to see how it looks like.
Yeah, like a new one where it's like actually green.
But overall, I think brown just works for Anguirus better. Like I want to see it, but I think brown works better as for the character. But that's just me. It's more of just like I want to see it.
I know for me, definitely with the first Anguirus design, I think it's probably outside of one other design, the best Anguirus design, because of course we have the Showa design in back for me, but like especially with like the face area, he's a lot more cutesy.
Yeah.
Especially with like the brow ridge here, while the snout is a lot more pronounced with the 55 version. And then if you also look here, the fangs jet out more like this, while they're more downwards in the normal design for, well, not normal, the 55 design for Anguirus. So that's another thing I appreciate more about that design. Although one thing I don't like as much is I think the Anguirus's carapace in these later Showa designs always conformed better to the body than the 55 design, which of course this is the first time like having it there, and it's essentially just like a big shell on top rather than it sort of circling around.
I have one more note on 55 Anguirus. I think, at least for me, the best word to describe 55 Anguirus compared to the others, like the next show Anguirus, would be fierce. Like he looks fierce.
He does look very aggressive.
The feral face.
Yeah, he's very feral, and I really like that about the 55 Anguirus. He's just very like. And then showing the classic Anguirus, I guess, and he's just really cute and like he's like, oh, like, he's still a fighter.
Yeah, like a dog.
Yeah. Like, but he's not as like fierce as like 55 Anguirus.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more of a monster, like a aggressive monstrous quality, and animalistic too. Very much, and I think that also just like it matches the Godzilla too, which was also a lot more animalistic. So it goes hand in hand, and I think in a very brilliant way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Let me share next one. I was like gonna be like, okay, wait. I guess I'll just have to do the stream again. And now we come to essentially the Anguirus that was there from like the beginning, although there are small little details that do change. Like for example, by 74, those fangs are gone, but outside of that, it's essentially the exact same.
I'll go first. Whatever. This is just classic Anguirus. Like it is like this is when you think of Anguirus. This I think for most people is like what they think of. Like that's Anguirus. This is the Anguirus for like every game except for like NES, I guess. And it's just like this is what the character is like summed up as like, and you have that cute look on his face that I think a lot of people love and why people like him a lot. And I think it's why he's more cherished over 55 because 55 is kind of terrifying. But this one is like, I like him. He's fun. He's cute, but he's also cool. Like he's like cute but cool.
Yeah, like he even has a determined look on his face too. Like even from this shot here.
Yeah. I wonder. Okay, I guess I agree with you. I guess with the carapace being more like formed to his body, it looks better than 55. Let's see what else. I think improvements. I wouldn't necessarily call his face change an improvement or a disimprovement because it still looks good. Like it's just cuter, yeah, but like it's not like a bad change. It's just like an updated look. Like I wouldn't say it's like comparable to like say like Rodan Like Rodan looked like pretty fierce in the first movie, and then he just looks goofy. But I don't think Anguirus looks as goofy as say like Rodan.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too, definitely.
And then yeah, I guess he looks a bit more, at least in this image, he looks a bit more stout. Like he looks like lengthwise, he looks a bit like stubbier, which I kind of prefer the longer length, I guess, that he has in 55. But overall, it's solid. It's Anguirus. It's the Anguirus.
I think that I think most likely the this Anguirus was a little stockier because like I know this suit actor's head is about here when you've seen it without it, like seen it without his head, where I think it's ended up about here in the neck for the 55 suit. So I do believe the proportions were for a more stouter Anguirus overall. Yeah. I think also that may have to do with the carapace too, because the carapace kind of goes in like this rather than just kind of being straight out.
Yeah. I feel like when most people, I will say this though, this is just Anguirus in general. When most people see Anguirus, I can testify this because whenever my friend sees Anguirus, he's like, that's literally just a dude walking on his knees.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it is. But I think, well, in future, Anguirus is, not even our singular point, we see how that suit may, like how that can be like adjusted and used as an advantage to the design. And I think it's cool how Singular Point did it, but we'll get to that. But I feel like the walking on knees thing is kind of hampers the design a bit for just general people. Obviously they couldn't, it's just what they had to do. But that is the one thing with Anguirus' design that I think puts off a lot of people that aren't kaiju fans, is just that he's just a dude walking on his knees. But nowadays, I think that can be easily adjusted. And Anguirus, because I always have the mentality that I don't think just because the execution of maybe like an older design might be a bit cheesy, I don't think it necessarily meant it was ever like a bad design. Just that it could be improved upon for like modern times and not necessarily like changed entirely.
Aragon's a good example of that because by that point in GMK, Ryota had those arm extensions, so therefore she was more upwards, so that her feet were off the ground. She wasn't on her knees.
Yeah,
and she had knee pads too, right?
Yeah, in case like her knees did hit the ground. But another thing is that, like, did you ever notice, like, back, like, when you first saw the design, that there were, like, little spines on his arms?
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, right here.
I'm, like, looking at my X Plus right now. I'm like...
People, like, usually forget this detail, and interestingly enough, the way I found this out was from the PS4 Godzilla game. The spines are a very distinct color. They're, like, the same color on the spines on the carapace, so they stand out more in that game. But right here, I should be able to,
because it's very subtle. Like, I don't think I've any. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, weird, right?
Oh, that's weird. I've never noticed that before.
Yep. One sec. Let me.
Not even... What the hell? Wait.
Let me see if this is this gonna.
It's even on the figure. Oh my god! Wow.
I stream section myself. Yeah. Let me stop sharing because I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the model from the PS4 game, and you'll see it because it's very more prominent on the model. Let me see if. I think I've
seen this monster so many times, and I'm just surprised that like I've never noticed it. Like,
let me see if I have. No, okay. So I'm gonna have to pull it off lines. PS4 Godzilla.
That makes sense. Then they should have put the spikes on in the front of Singular Point Anguirus' designs, and not his knees.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Okay, whatever. That's cool.
X that out, and then let me share right here. Because right here, you see them a lot more distinctly. And this is the exact same model. You see the spines here.
Wow.
And right there. And then right there too. And the only reason why I noticed that is because they are the exact same color as his carapace spines in the game, so they're more noticeable.
Interesting.
Yeah, small little detail. You can tell that to your mom, guys.
That's cool. I mean, I don't think it adds any. Well, I mean, I guess it gives him it implies armor.
And I think actually, although my green screen is so far behind me, this figure does indeed have.
It does. I just looked at it.
Oh, you have it with you? Okay.
Yeah. It does. I just it's on the shelf right now, but I just looked up and I saw the little spikes sticking out. I was like, oh.
You're like, oh, hello there.
I was like, interesting. I had when I was designing my Anguirus, the Bandai, I had it next to me, and I don't think it has that detail.
It does not. No.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
And I don't think Vic, we did not get to your thoughts about Showa Anguirus.
All right, I guess I'll just lightning round it.
I
really like the refinement of it. You know, seeing the new head and the new carapace. I really like how it better fits the body. How the head shows a little more detail than the first one. Funny enough, I always forget that this is the second time we ever see Anguirus. I always thought he was in the other movies.
Right? Doesn't it feel that way?
It does feel weird, especially like when you think about it. You always realize that technically Rodan teamed up with Godzilla before Anguirus did, but you always think of Anguirus as Godzilla's like second buddy rather than Rodan.
Yeah.
I think it's just because maybe as younger, we've just seen Godzilla movies out of order. So it's so we just
yeah, because I remember seeing Mechagodzilla before Destroy All Monsters.
Mm-hmm. And then I remember from even this, I always thought Anguirus as Godzilla's second in command essentially. Although I did see Astro Monster, well, some of the fights from Astro Monster before I ever ended up seeing Destroy All Monsters or Gigan first.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw Gigan, Mechagodzilla, and of course Final Wars before Destroy All Monsters. So I think that the Anguirus buddy was very implemented into my brain at that point, and it never really comes across that this Anguirus' first appearance is Destroy All Monsters. I mean, also that film is technically set in the future, so you could argue that
it's his last appearance.
It's his last appearance in the show series. But film-wise, it technically is the first appearance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Of that Anguirus, it's just cool.
And 1 sec, on to the next one, the Final Wars Anguirus. Let me zoom in here because every image is really small for some reason. I'm looking at this design. When I see it, it definitely, especially in the face and probably the armor, especially on the shoulders and the legs, it just looks a lot more mammalian. And that may just have to do with the fact that they call him an armadillo in the English version. So that just kind of sticks with me when I think about it. But definitely with the face, he definitely looks a lot more mammalian. And two details I don't like is that one, his fangs are a lot smaller, and then his nasal horn is much smaller. So it gives him a more doggy kind of look to him. And then also this is the first Anguirus we see that has and I think the only one actually that has a club tail too.
For now it's the only one.
Dun dun dun.
But yeah, I'll let G90 Defender go first because I went on the show.
Well, I guess I'm pretty in the middle with it. You know, there's nothing I don't like too much. There's nothing that stands out. I like the more sleek modernness to it, but design wise, it's not my favorite. Things like the fangs and the face. I think the eyes too are a little too small from the picture I'm looking at. I like the colors of and the shape of all the spikes and everything. The cool little details.
I know this is going to be really weirdly off topic, but I've never been able to find these images again. But I always remember there was a screen cap from Final Wars where Anguirus was like a darker color, like he was almost black, and his like carapace and his spines were all like blood red.
Oh,
I remember
that at all.
It's like it might be like a Mandela effect or something that I'm having, but for some reason I always remember that being like something from like when Final Wars was coming out, that there were screenshots with like a different colored Anguirus.
Are you mistaking that for like the? Oh wait, is this?
No,
wait, is this it?
I found it.
Wait, I think I found it too.
Screen share it to me. I'm gonna remove this one.
Oh, I was just gonna send it to you.
Oh, you can say, yeah, that can work too.
I was wondering if you mistook it for like the theater exclusive figure, but then I found
no. Yes, it is that one right there. I'm gonna pull that up. I have not seen this image in years, but yeah, it is right here, and it's probably just because of the quality.
I think it's the lighting too.
It's probably the lighting too, but yeah, I always remember this too, and I always thought to myself, that actually has a lot. That's a much better design in terms of color for Anguirus. Let me.
Speaking of this design, I actually do think it looks really cool with the theater exclusive colors, like the brown instead of the blue. I think the blue is actually cool, but like I think it just looks cool with like that brown color that the figure has. If you look up the theater exclusive Bandai Anguirus, and you'll see what I mean. It's more traditional.
Well, like right here, have you ever seen this before, Vic, or no?
I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, like for some reason, every time I look at that, I'm like, if it was those colors, I think his design would have been a little bit better. But I think it is probably just lighting at the end of the day.
It's very red, but
is it a screenshot or like behind the scenes footage? You know,
I have no clue where this image came from. I just distinctly remember it, but like not like, oh, this is from this, and this. It was just always like, oh, Final Wars Anguirus. Yeah, one of those odd little mysteries. Let me just go back to.
I think I know why this design does not like. Okay, okay. So my thoughts on this design, I guess.
Yes.
I like the color. I think the colors are cool. I like the curved spines. I think that's a really cool, and the club. I think all the armor detail on his body is really cool. But like Zim, I don't like how short his horn is on his nose, and I also wish those fangs were longer. But another thing, I don't think it's the eye's size that bothers me about this Anguirus. I think it's how close they are to the front of his head.
I'm gonna go try looking for a profile. Actually, if you got one, yeah, send that my way.
It just, I don't know why. I mean, he looks like a pig or something. Like I don't know. Like he just like.
Yeah, again, like he has a very mammal-looking face.
Yeah, like a warthog, or not even a warthog. Like just a. I don't know. He just doesn't. It's his face that really like. I don't think it's bad, but it's just not as like. It's not. It's shorter. It's definitely shorter than previous incarnations, like his snout and stuff. His horns in his face are just more subdued, like everywhere. Even his crown, I guess. Is more like is smaller, and I think that just even his neck I think is shorter. His neck is definitely shorter.
It's like also fatter too.
Yeah, it's fat, and
because it comes up to here. In most cases, it always kind of arced down, and it was always very noticeable. But like it also, he doesn't have a bottom jaw too, because the normal Anguirus, the jaw always comes up from the bottom and it curves up. While in this case, he has a very small jaw, and his neck just absorbs his mouth.
Yeah, Anguirus has a pretty long neck. Like, like I don't think a lot of people like notice how long his neck actually is in like both 55 and
also like
Showa especially, or like
his brow ridge too, like right here.
Looking at this image, like if you take away the horns, it kind of looks like a Godzilla.
Honestly,
yeah, it looks very similar to the final Goji head. Like remove this, yeah.
It just, I think honestly. If you just gave this Anguirus a different face, I think it would look much better. Because I think
give it a 55 head.
Yeah, I think it looks cool, and I think the addition to a club on his tail is actually pretty cool. I was actually kind of surprised that he's never had that before. Like I think I knew, but I was maybe like, oh, maybe he has kind of a lot, but no, this is the first time a club ever appears in Anguirus, and in at least a film, and I think it's cool because it shows more of his like inspiration, which was like Ankylosaurs. So I don't think it like. I guess it adds some stuff to it. I don't think it adds or really detracts from the design whatsoever. I think it's just neat.
And what's interesting here with the Nishikawa design versus like the actual final is that one, the head looks a lot better. There's armor on the neck, as well as also his colors are a lot lighter here. Well, it's very much more muted grays with like very light browns. It's very much more a lot just lighter in general.
God, I don't think they really did not get the face right.
They did not. No,
they're like, oh, we're gonna do something different.
I do like the face a little bit better on this one.
Yeah, the face had better, like the concept on the face is so much better.
Yeah, his eyes are more like far apart, like Showa Anguirus, or like
his head looks very much more like the Showa Anguirus.
Yeah.
It was really weird is that like the Final Wars design, it doesn't feel like a very good translation from Showa to Millennium, while in like, for example, even Final Wars Gigan, like his head is very, you can tell it's modified, but it looks very close to like the original too.
Yeah. Maybe they just wanted to like
fit it more to do their own thing
or something. I don't know. Because all the monsters in Final Wars, I feel like, despite how whatever you may feel about them, I feel like they all fit together nicely.
No, yeah, as their monsters, they very much all fit together very nicely.
Yeah.
And then on to what I believe, at least, is the greatest Anguirus is the Singular Point design.
Hell yeah.
Which I think that it's combined with the fact that like his head is beautiful. The tail isn't super club like where it sort of branches out, but like the spines are very big. This red under here, and then I also like the fact that you see these spines down towards here, which immediately remind me of the splitting carapace.
I love that
from it, but we won't talk about the splitting carapace until we get to that design, which I think will just make it the next one we show. But I think that red is that one thing that really just spruces up Anguirus's color palette in a just perfect way. Like this design, it's this and like Monsterverse Rodan are like two designs that I feel like translated a Showa monster into a new design, like almost pitch perfectly for me.
I agree. I think like if this was just like under realistic like lighting and was in the Monsterverse, I would be like, yeah, that fits. Like I feel like this design could fit. Like I know it's very like it works for like the show, but I feel like this could fit in like a live action Godzilla movie.
Oh yeah.
More so than even some of the actual like designs in the show. I just think this is like the perfect, like also what you mentioned about the color palette. It just makes him pop more, but it still has that like he still like has that brown color that Anguirus is known for. Then you have the very like I mentioned this with Showa Anguirus, how they implemented like his legs and feet. Like they mention in the show that he's plantigrade and digigrade and like in the it's basically the same, like how Anguirus' hands, like if he was a real animal, his hands would be like plantigraded, and then like in the back it'd be digigraded, like how you see it in as if we were a man like walking on the like it's just really well.
It takes it takes like a detail that most people don't really notice or do notice and take issue with, and incorporates it into a clever way.
Yeah, exactly. And it just it's cool. It's like they took a, I guess you could say, flaw, but then they made it into like to work to the design's benefit.
Make your flaws your successes. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Sigma male grind set.
I think this design is it's armored. It's cool. It has new abilities. Its crown is amazing. It has fangs. It has a fierce look, but it also has like this innocent look to it too in the eyes. It's like it's awesome. The only thing I don't like about this design, and it's the only thing that makes it like it's like 99% there. It's just the knee spikes are so unnecessary. Like they don't need to be there. And if he bent down, he would just plant himself in the ground. Like if that, like they could have just made them like, I don't know, like padding almost on his.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to make them spikes. They're just so like they just don't need to be there. And like looking at like the Bandai figure and stuff, it's just, why are they there? There's no purpose. Like he's not like he's gonna be kneeing people.
Yeah, but like, one thing I was thinking of is that like in a way, if he like drove his knees into the ground, because of how his legs are structured, they could work as another anchor. But like we don't see it in the show. And I'm also making up an excuse that we don't know about. Like it definitely, like if these were removed, I don't think we'd be missing anything. Although I think there could be a use. Again, it's one of those details where I could live with or without it.
I feel like the only thing is that they're so long. I think if they were like shorter, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like they're just really long, and it's just a bit like. But like other than that, it's
and it's also weird because of course we now know that like there was spines on the front legs, so like having them towards the back seems interesting for a detail.
Yeah. I will say one thing about the face of this Anguirus that I love is the extra spikes on his like cheekbones or whatever, like that kind of jet out. Like it just fills out his face and it doesn't make it look like it just works. It just looks so good, man.
As well as also like he doesn't have a whole lot of teeth, but the ones that do appear had like a very nice jagged look to them.
Yeah.
In a way, it gives that similar fierce vibe that the 55 Anguirus had.
The armor, monsters, please, this Anguirus. G Defender, go on. Sorry, I could gush on this one forever, but
yeah, I mean, same here. I really like how the spikes curve forward. It reminds me of 98 and like the overall gnarly look of it. I love the face. This one better than the Final Wars. This design is definitely like above Final Wars for me. I like how the tail comes out. It ends with that like almost Stegosaur club-like combination. I like how it's armored. The color scheme's really nice. I like it. It just looks gnarly.
Another detail I just noticed was that with a lot of like the Anguirus designs, you see the carapace, like let me switch back to it. Usually with the carapace, the largest point on the carapace is usually back towards where the actor's hands are. So the fact that detail is still kind of there also is very nice.
I'll say this also. The spines are, well, we already talked about this a little, how they're not just like spikes, like a bunch of random spikes on his back. It's like uniform and it's different. It's cool, but they also have the curved look that Final Wars kind of had, but I think it does it better here. It really brings out the silhouette, I think, well. And also, one little detail that I think is cool about this Anguirus that I think separates him from the rest is that like his crown, I guess, on his head. It's not. Anguirus usually has like 6, like 3 on each side of his head, I guess, kind of. But this one, there's like a center one.
Yeah, this main one right here.
Actually, can we see like the CG model of like?
Let me stop sharing.
I feel like it's more. You can see it better in like just.
I think yeah. Oh, I have a really good shot of it. It's from like right when he's about to use his precognition. It's essentially like a front on shot. Let me here.
It's just like a subtle difference that I like. That I think, oh, that's
right
cool.
here. This one
makes it more unique. Yeah, like it's more. He has like 5 horns instead of 6, and it falls his back, I guess, which is cool. But yeah, this design is the best Anguirus design. It's cool. You know what's also kind of cool? Sorry, I just noticed it. He has like almost. It's not a beak. It's still a tooth, but it's like this hook on like the front one tooth that kind of reminds me of Ankylosaurs even more because they had like a sharp like like
they do have a beak. Yeah. Well, no, what's
kinda...
interesting too was that Anguirus always kind of had a very hook to his like front of his mouth. So instead of that making that like his actual jaw, it's a tooth.
Yeah.
Actually. So again, this is why it's the best Anguirus design.
I love his eyes too. His eyes are really cool. And just the spikes on his neck too, like how they jut out like this.
This is very much like a more Polacanthus, Gastonia, and like Ankylosaurid type vibe to them, and it does fill them out very well.
I was so surprised when I saw so many people bashing on this design. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, like, no, I was very confused.
I was like, "What? Like, what do you mean?" It's like, it's too different. Like, what? Like,
it's different in the best way possible. Like, it is different, but it is also very faithful.
It's still true, and it's not even like. I don't like. I get it. Like, if you like the show Anguirus more, it's like, all right, but like, bro.
Is there anything you like more or less in the illustration versus the CG model?
One thing I would actually say is I think the eyes look better in the drawing than in the model. I think like if the eyes were a little darker, probably it would give him a more fierce look to him too, because I think it is the same color and it only really changes with lighting. But that'd be one thing I would say I don't like as much on the model versus the sketch.
I personally prefer the model as a whole. I just think the sketch itself is a bit. I mean, it's fantastic. It's just that I think it looks a lot more refined in the model. Like it just like the crest. There's some little differences in the sketch from like the model. You could like the crest isn't as like. It looks more, I guess, not as curved. It looks more like flat, not flat, but like it just looks. It doesn't stick out as much as say like 3D model. It's not as curved. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just the model. I think it works better. Like whenever I look at the sketch, I'm like, oh, that's a little different, but it's not like it's. You can tell it's kind of like with Godzilla's sketch too.
Yeah,
it's like it's not entirely like the same, but you can tell that that's where they drew the inspiration for the model. I think the model cleaned it up. The model cleaned it up and made it look better for me personally.
What's interesting is that for me personally, I'm in the direct opposite camp. I think that there are a lot of things I don't like about the models. I still like them, but I think that the sketches themselves, there's just certain details about them that I love tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
But since now that we've gone through all the official Anguirus designs, that's one good thing about doing some of the other monsters is that you don't have dozens of designs to go through. But we will start doing the fan-made ones, and I think it's always a tradition to go with Vix's first because I think we can call it the Emerald first. The Emerald first designs that you've given are always very much yes.
Were we going to look at the concept?
The concepts we're going to do. Do we want to do the concepts with the fan-made ones, or do we want to do the concept one now? Because I was going to do with the fan-made ones, essentially make it the first one we do for the fan-made ones.
I feel like we should do personally. I just feel like we should do concept designs first.
No, that's
just
fine.
Me. That's just
because there was only one I had because of course there was the other one, but it's not really like there's one I think we all know that we're thinking of.
I only say this because they're just like official, and I think they're technically official.
Yeah, fair enough.
And some fans might incorporate some ideas from concept designs into their fan art, so I think it just makes sense to look at them.
So this was the for people who don't know, this is the Godzilla versus Ghost Godzilla Anguirus concept design, and here we do see the splitting carapace that was gonna be in Raids again, but we didn't ever actually see it appear. We'll start off with you, Takaiju. Your thoughts on this one?
It's honestly, besides the splitting carapace, it's very similar to Showa Anguirus, just with I guess smaller eyes, and his crown is more horn-like, kind of like Rodan, to be honest. I just seeing these always makes me wonder how would the splitting carapace function and how would it work?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does it do? Does it just like, is it like a display, or is it just like, can it shoot out like stuff like the game, or is it just like how does this like, what is the purpose of it? And I think it's a cool idea, but I just don't know how it would be incorporated, which I'm guessing why it's always cut.
Yeah, and it's just like also with like how like what like time wise that would do if like that kept falling off, because that was a big reason why it never became a thing.
Yeah. There's not really much I have to say about this one. I think it's just I think the eyes could be bigger, I guess, because his kind of eyes are looking non-existent. But I think it's
the man's
cool.
eyeless.
He just kind of I get. Oh, there is a difference from the show Anguirus, is that his neck is armored, which I guess works. I don't know. It's weird. I kind of like the original element of two of the horns being larger than the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is interesting because in this case, the instead of the kind of it being either even or the middle horn being the biggest, it's the two side ones that flank him.
Yeah, there's kind of, I just noticed there's kind of like a pattern with this design, and it's the double, like you get the split carapace, which splits into two. Then you got the horns, the two longer ones too. You got the fangs, obviously that's just a trait of Anguirus. And yeah, I think that's.
And then also, clever, I'm not sure if this is just because of it being a sketch, we don't see all the details, but it almost looks like these are smaller horns on these big ones right here. Because we see it's like big horn, big horn, big horn, big horn, and then a small horn mohawk here, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But I think like, I'm not sure. It like this, it very much has a very Heisei vibe to it. Where like I does not seem out of, like if we'd ever gotten a Heisei Anguirus, I like bring that down. I think this would not look out of place at all.
I think this is the one we would have gotten.
Unlike the next one.
Yeah, maybe without the carapace though. Like imagine just that, but without the carapace, or like the split carapace one.
Split lip. Immediately, every time I see an Anguirus splitting carapace, I just think of split lip for the elites from Halo. What is this one? Let's see. There we go. Let me zoom in a little bit, and then I can share. Share screen. There we go. Reception just a tiny bit. There we go. This one.
Did Defender get thoughts on the other one? Or?
Did you or no? And I just streamed Deception myself again.
So.
Nope, you go. My bad.
I was gonna say I really like the face on that one. On the first Heisei one. And then I like the body and the tail. This one looks weird.
This one's metal.
This one's just everything is long. The neck long, the legs long, that tail long. The splitting carapace huge.
Anguirus Hound, right? I think that's what
it's called. This was the Anguirus Hound. Like he's got like a rattlesnake tail with scorpion barbs on it. It's so weird. And he's got a forked tongue too. Like right there.
I'll let
Which one was this one for?
This is the Anguirus Hound. This is like another idea when they were doing like later Heisei Godzilla movie ideas.
I'll let G98 go first.
Yeah,
definitely a weird one for me.
Yeah, this is a no.
Who's going?
No, you're still going. No, unless that's all you had on that one.
No, it looks weird. I don't like how it's long in its proportions. Face is a little okay. I like the horns. I guess that's just about it. I like the crown. That's about it for me.
I guess I'll go, and then Takaiju, you can go. Like it's almost like they're folded up wings, but is so weird. Like why? Like this is like his back is here, but then there's it's why? and then very like muscular, long, like greyhound looking legs with a super long tail. Although ironically enough, the head looks more like a classic show Anguirus than the other design, which is weird. But then like you can tell this is supposed to be probably armor here with armor on the upper legs. It's just, yeah, this is a no for me. This is a just flat out no.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I kind of like it. There's some parts I don't like, but I'm gonna say this right off the bat. This is a Godzilla the series Anguirus.
In a way, yeah.
It kind of has that grotesque like look to it that I feel like the series would play around with. But that aside, I like how fierce it looks. Like we mentioned Anguirus being fierce. It just feels fierce, and I like the head. I kind of really like. I prefer Anguirus where he doesn't have as many spikes, but here I kind of dig it. It reminds me of like a plant, or just like the way the spikes jut out. It feels like something in nature that would defend itself. I kind of dig it. I kind of like it just because I like it because it's a different idea of what, because obviously I don't think they couldn't do this because they couldn't like have their suitmation, so they couldn't just obviously have Anguirus like walk like a dog. But I think it's an interesting way to interpret him. That like if he wasn't suitmation, I guess.
Be even weirder.
Could be fatter, I guess, but like I kind of dig it. I'm torn, but I think if Anguirus like this, since they call it an Anguirus hound, I assume it's more offensive than defensive, but it also still has those defensive attributes. Like when I think of something defensive, I think of something that's more like stockier, but this is very agile and offensive when compared to the other design. And I'm torn on it because I think it's cool, very cool looking, but like then again, maybe they could have changed some aspects of it to make it somehow agile, but also like not as like a greyhound.
I could totally imagine like them thinking in like production to like make this one thing and then do like a Dodongo thing where like a person's up here and this is their legs.
Yeah.
So it's two people doing this and then they're just running across like a set.
Yeah.
That's something I could totally see them doing.
But I like how fierce it is though. Like it just feels fierce and like I said.
No, you know what Godzilla this would actually fit right like very well alongside? It's that 90s comic Godzilla versus Zone Fighter one that's on Twitter. Like that very muscular green Godzilla that has like 90s superhero proportions to him. I could totally see this Anguirus fitting alongside that one.
That'd be kind of cool.
Like it has that same like very big musculature to him.
I kind of like the tail too. I don't know.
The tail, it's interesting. It just, I'm like looking at this. I'm like, what is going on here?
I feel like it's still like looking at like it's still Anguirus.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely still Anguirus, but like, wow,
it's just very like exaggerated.
Exaggerated is a good term. Is a good word. Yeah,
and very. I don't know. Like I think it's cool, but like it definitely wouldn't have worked for like suitmation at all.
And just seeing this like alongside the Heisei Godzilla design, because this is gonna be a Heisei era design, I'd be like, why?
Yeah, especially how quote muscular that Godzilla is, just snapping in half. Or it could use its like agility to its advantage against Godzilla.
That'll be interesting. Yeah,
spike him, like just run across him, just jab him. Maybe that's what the open carapace is for. So like when he runs past Godzilla, he can like drag those spikes against him, like just like split open the carapace and then just. But it also acts as a defense. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be something that could work. And right here we've got although this is technically like this would not have been probably the final design, but this is a sculpture we see of what would have been the GMK Anguirus. However, we don't know necessarily if these would have been similar to the proportions of the actual suit if it would have gotten. But we do see some interesting details here, like the return of the spines here. The carapace seems to be less like a shell with spines. It seems to be like armor that is interlaced. So there's piece here, piece here, piece here, piece here. Although this may have been because of it being a sculpture too. The crown seems to have returned. Although this might have, this seems like so distinct, where it might have been, there might have been 7 spikes. So we've had 3 here, and then this one big one here. Definitely has a very fierce demeanor with his eyes. The horns and the fangs are back. And then we also see a club tail that we wouldn't get until Final Wars.
Yeah.
And of course, we don't necessarily know what color would have been either, but probably we would have gotten something similar to Final Wars, however.
I think, I will say, I think this might have been the solution to maybe that agile look for Anguirus that we were just talking about, because it looks like it'd be a more agile Anguirus, but it still feels bulky and not like too skinny. I still think the face looks very like show. I feel like they always try to like replicate the 68 face in these concept designs, and I feel like they should just come up with something new, kind of. But I feel like the proportions would have been different if this were converted into a final suit, obviously. I think for some reason I always find these maquettes like very kind of chibi-esque, not entirely chibi-esque, but they just feel like stocky. But
definitely real, maybe.
Like, when comparing, not even that, but just like when comparing, like, say, Baragon's maquette compared to his final suit, it just it feels more refined and not as like squished in, I guess. And I feel like all these designs would have had a similar final look, but we never got to see that, obviously. I like, I guess, how triangular he looks, I guess. Like, his body, all the way down to his tail, is very triangular. Even his spines, like, kind of have that shape language, which I think is different and cool.
His tail, too.
Yeah.
Probably because of how it's raised, but, like, if we would have had a similar proportion for the tail, it definitely is like a big triangle, which accentuates the mace on his tail or club very well.
I think the club looks really cool, but I think the tail could have been longer. It might be the perspective. I think I've seen different perspectives of this picture, and the tail's pretty short. It's not. I think the tail could have been longer. It just feels like it makes sense if you have a club on your tail. But I don't know. I don't like. I think this design would be cooler to me if the head was just different, to be honest. Because I just feel like the head is just that they just put the 68 head on a cool body.
It is ironic too, considering that the only really seam we see is of the neck there, so it makes that stand out even more.
Yeah. But yeah, G Defender, 98 Defender.
Yeah, I actually really like this design. I definitely would have liked to seen something closer to a suit, or see how it would work as a suit. On this statue, the tail puts me off, but like if it was gonna be longer on the suit, I definitely would like that more. I like the arrangement of the spikes. I probably would have liked to see more of a carapace feel. This feels more like segmented armor plates than a carapace. I do like the head. I like the head. I keep thinking, like, I imagine what Baragon looks like. I'm like, would it look closer to that as a suit? I like the legs and the forearms. I like the scales and like the different segments of armor. And the feet look cool.
I think definitely I can very much see like Baragon in the arms and the legs. So I think if we like extrapolated off the Baragon suit, that we would have had something similar. We probably would have indeed seen like a longer tail, as well as like some features changed a slight bit. But No, I like this design. It's a good design.
Honestly, I think he needs a bit more armor on his legs and stuff. Like,
we do see a little bit of armor here, although we might have seen just more spines rather than like plates.
Yeah, or I don't know, like, because I see like on his tail, like the length that you see some like kind of.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that could have been incorporated into like the legs a bit more. Like it just seems like he's really under armored there. Like just his skin texture in general. Like just.
What's interesting too is these right here, because this is the same thing as this, but this juts out all the way from here. So these would have been kind of. He probably could have like used those as sort of like a jousting tool too.
Like that'd be cool. That sounds cool. Just like.
Yeah, no, it's a definitely like actually out of the first Heisei design, the Hound, and then this one, what would be y'all's favorite?
I'm gonna go with the Hound for fun. The Hound's cool.
I'd go Jim K, Ghost Godzilla, and then the Hound.
I probably just switch those two, but yeah, I'm about the same. But 1 seconds. But now that we did get the concepts out of the way, we can get on to the fan made designs.
Heck yeah!
Which of course, we have to do defenders first because that is per tradition. So screen share, and let's see.
I don't think any Anguirus design is going to be taught from singular point.
There are a lot of people. Here's the thing: you may be surprised because there's a lot of designs there. I'm like, it's very similar to Singular Point. I would be very curious to hear what your thoughts are after seeing a couple of these.
Yeah,
but actually, here is
the
Defender's Anguirus design. So, Defender, my good man, take us home with this one. Explain your process.
All right. So again, similar to my previous Rodan design, the philosophy behind this one is like same with like that Paul Emmerich style of mutated animals. With this one, I chose a snapping turtle, more specifically an alligator snapping turtle, since growing up those were one of my favorite reptiles. And then I basically try to take what I know of a snapping turtle and just try to like use the mutated side of that origin to like accentuate things like the spikes, the claws, the beak, how it's sharp, and then I made the top of it come up to that point similar to traditional Anguirus, and then same thing for the crown. I wanted to just definitely make I guess the colors here are a little bit more animated than what would probably be something more realistic, maybe darker tones. But I went with this like a simple color for this one. Definitely like calls back to that emerald green that was rumored to be from the original color of the suit. I think green is a very interesting color, especially with this more, I guess, naturalistic origin for him. I kind of want to make the tongue more worm-like, kind of like snapping turtles, but I guess it's more of a regular tongue there. I like the shell. I try to make it like definitely more spiky and like edgy. And then I wanted to keep the spikiness of the tail. One idea that I kind of want to do on later iterations is probably use like those stegosaur thagomizers, I think you call them.
Yeah.
Probably add something like that in a future iteration. But yeah, this is basically just like, my Emmerich versus Anguirus.
I would say I'm gonna do Takaiju first, and then I would go second for my thoughts.
Okay. I think taking an alligator snapping turtle for a reference of Anguirus is, or like just making him a mutant alligator snapping turtle, I think is a cool idea because they are very spiky and armored, and their heads I can totally see as like some kind of Anguirus. I think that like for this design, I think maybe if you looked at maybe like a little bit more like reference for alligator snapping turtles, they have like this like they have sort of like a ridge on the back of their like their head kind of, and I feel like you can almost maybe more smoothly like blend. They actually kind of have these tiny little spikes on their head too. You can almost like blend Anguirus's like crown that he has and make that look a bit more I guess natural or like more natural looking. It's very subtle, their spikes. If you look really closely, they have like tiny little spikes on their head. But
you can see a bunch here on this
like
one.
in a close up. But like maybe you could.
This one doesn't really have any. This one though, right here.
Yeah. I think you could do that. I also think that maybe, at least if he is based off of like, I mean, since he is based off of a snapping turtle, I think maybe you could kind of get away with making his snout a little, not too short, but like maybe a little shorter than average, so he kind of invokes that look. Because I think what you can do with that like fang that or like the beak that alligator snapping turtles have, I feel like could totally work for Anguirus and just exaggerate it a bit, but not too much to where it doesn't look like an alligator snapping turtle anymore. And then just like kind of add the traits like the horn on Anguirus's nose to like make something.
Even this very like he's got a kind of bit of a almost a horn in there,
like a very reptilian looking Anguirus, which I think works. And then for the shell, you can go like total mutant. Like I think the first thing I think of if you're going for like that Emmerich or like style is that turtle monster from the Godzilla the series that has these spines that just like jut out. I think you could totally go with that with like you can exaggerate that a bit more if you really wanted to. I don't know what the monster's called, I forgot, but
I think it's just called Mutant Turtle.
Mutant Turtle.
Or like I don't think it has like an actual name like C-Rex. I think it just is called like the turtle.
The turtle.
A giant turtle.
Yeah.
I was right.
I think you could do something like that with the design, like exaggerate it a bit more and like make that like the shell especially. Even this one has like a club too that you could reference this totally if you're going for that more Emmerich look.
Well, that's a giant turtle design right
and on top of that, you can give like Anguirus a different ability, like to like tuck in like his shell. Like I think it could work really well. I think the thing that will make it like really like Anguirus like is playing around with the face a bit more, to like still have it invoke turtle, but like still be clearly Anguirus. And I think that'll make it look great because a turtle Anguirus sounds cool. Would you say it's an aquatic still, like an aquatic kind of creature?
Yeah,
or like
still definitely aquatic.
Okay, then yeah, I think you could. It changes it up a bit too. Like instead of just a kind of ground monster, I guess it's a kind of aquatic, which is cool. Yeah, that's really my thought.
One thing I was thinking of was that since obviously this turtle here has two tusks below it, in a way, instead of having the beak come down to a point here, sort of like with this turtle design here, if it kind of shaved off to the side so that the beak comes here, cool. You could get Anguirus fangs without them actually being fangs. And then, in a way, like actually, I think ironically enough, maybe just from your style of drawing, but I think that you were definitely very conservative when it came to the spine exaggerations. And I would say definitely the mutant turtle was always a monster that fit very well next to the Emmerich design. So like even having these things here or having them curve backwards like 98 spines in a way could work. And
it also just actually, like that's kind of like Anguirus designs in general. Like they have the curved like spines like moving forward, unlike
or just like, having them be very just sort of all over the place too. Because obviously Anguirus' spines aren't always uniform. So like just having like one go this way, one that way, would just give it a more mutated aspect to them. But what's interesting was that almost like in a way you inverted the colors where instead of the shell being green and the body being brown, the the body is green while the shell is brown for your design. Which I'm not sure if that was something you did implicitly or just a happy accident, but it is interesting that that's what you did there.
I want to say this. This is just something that I think I would add to him. First of all, I also want to say I actually like the hands on this Anguirus a lot. I think it's cool.
I
Very
agree
turtle-like. I think you should. This is just what I would do. I would add like some moss on the shell. Like moss could plant. Fit well. I think that would look cool. That's just what I would do personally. Like if I was basing Anguirus more off turtles, because some turtles have like a lot of like they'll have moss on their heads or like their shell.
Like even at when I went to G Fest at the aquarium that they have in Chicago, there's a snapping turtle there, and that one has a lot, like so much. There's so much moss overgrown on his shell that like you can see it flowing on him as he swims.
You can also even like add like mussels or barnacles. I mean, on him because like on his shell or something, like how whales have them on their bodies, just to show that size instead of just plant growth. I think that'd be cool. It just adds a little more detail and character.
I'll definitely take all that into account for like future iterations.
And like another thing is that if like obviously if he's gonna be a snapping turtle, it's not really gonna be the open ocean. He's gonna be a lot more in bogs and stuff. Like the idea of like essentially just him sitting in the water and he's like an island and there's just like birds and stuff on his shell. Like it's essentially like a little ecosystem on his back. Like that could work too. It's definitely a very creative design. One sec, let's me get the next one. There we go. And now my design, which I went super conservative on. Like I went essentially what do I not like about the SP design and what could I do to change it? So essentially I removed the teeth and now it's more keratinized bones. So I was thinking along the lines of like Dunkleosteus in that sense. And I wanted to make the horn a little larger. The brow ridge is a little less defined, so he has a little bit more of a reptilian head. The center horn is removed, so now he just has he has more now. He has 8 with a little horn right here rather than a bunch leading down there. And then with the carapace, I always do like designs that have segments to them, so I wanted to have it be segmented. But I didn't want the carapace to lead all the way down to the tail, which is why I wanted to make all the spines on the tail as just like jagged and just crazy as possible, while still keeping the Anguirus spine on the end of the tail too. And one thing I like from the Final Wars design and the SP design is the armors on the legs, so having those 2 here, and then of course the front leg spines too. So of course if Anguirus does get up on 2 legs, he also has those to grapple with as well. And then the belly, although I use some maroon, there is a light purple that's on the bottom as a counter shade element for him. So I was thinking something that is bright and vibrant, but not like super aggressive like red. And I thought like this kind of muted purple with maroon mixed together just was nice. So I was like, oh, that seems interesting. But outside of the tan for these spines, the carapace here and the skin are the same color of brown, except I just sort of was a little bit more deliberate in digging in that color, so it was a little darker on the carapace versus the body. So essentially you're dealing with around 4 colors here, and then a 5 if you count the eyes, and then 6 of black.
All right. Nice. I guess I'll go first. Because I really like a lot of this design. I really like the tail, how the spikes jut out. I love all the spikes going along the tail, the way they come out. I really love the face on this one. I like this face a lot better than some of the Heisei ones, the concepts.
Oh, thank you.
And then I really like the body type, and I like the spikes coming out of the top carapace. Although I would say one thing I would like to see it. I guess most Anguirus designs, I would like to see it be more of a shell-like carapace than, I guess, grafted on the body. But that's pretty cool. I like the legs. I like the details, the simple details you do on most of your designs with the legs, the scales. I like that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's like I always just like that aspect.
The armor on the side.
Oh no, keep going. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. With the armor on the arms and legs, it kind of reminds me of samurai armor. I'm thinking I would like to see more spikes coming out in some way on those armor pieces, but I like them.
I do like that idea. That is
me.
interesting. I'll have to think about incorporating that. And before Takaiju, before you give your thoughts, there was one non-Godzilla monster that I did draw some influence for when it came to the design. I want to see if you can guess what it is.
Non-Godzilla monster? Like
it is a non-Godzilla monster, but it's from a series we both know, and it was brought up here. So
I'm assuming Ultraman.
No, it's not Ultraman. It's not Kaiju.
Oh, it's not. Oh, Monster Hunter. Okay, yeah. I haven't played in a while.
It's from World. It's from World.
It's from
if
World.
It narrows it down, and it's an Elder Dragon. That probably just gave it away.
I don't want any of those yet. I kind of stopped World. Sadly, I was really into it, but I kind of stopped just because I switched to the PS5.
No, that makes sense.
And I have yet to like download things, download it back yet. Also, Monster Hunter is just extremely time consuming, so I can't guess. Sorry.
It would be a Nergigante, the world's signature Elder Dragon. Especially because what I was thinking of for powers.
Oh wait, I have fought it. I don't think I've beaten him, but like I fought him before. Okay, wait. Wait, let me look at him.
Yeah, because one thing I thought about with this Anguirus was being able to like shoot out his spines, and like they would just grow extremely rapidly. So like he would probably have a greater regeneration than like Godzilla on the fly, just so he can pump out these spines.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I could totally see the influence. I was gonna say that I kind of liked how in your design the spines, some of them are like smaller and some of them are like larger, and they're not really like. It's kind of asymmetrical, I guess, and that's really apparent in I cannot pronounce his name.
Nergigante.
Yeah. His design, and I really actually like that. I think that's really cool. I didn't remember him because I think he's what I was stuck on. Like that's where I ended.
He is a very hard fight.
That's where I ended. So I have encountered him, but I have not beat him yet. But yeah, I actually really like that aspect of your design. Same with the tail. I think the needle like tail is really cool. I think Anguirus like shooting out his spines could be a really cool idea. I think for me, for the armor plating that you add on a lot of your kaiju, I think it would be cool for this one to maybe kind of add some additional scales on there. Kind of like if you look at like Singular Point Anguirus, he has like kind of that plating too, but he has like almost these rounder scales that kind of like are in between. They like separate. They don't separate, but they're like. It's just another layer of detail that just doesn't make him look as, I guess, flat looking. That I think would help with this design, to be honest.
Because it's like
right
like that.
I think that would look really cool in your design because I think the armored looks really neat. I just think the little extra of detail would make it look even better. And I think this is more of a personal thing. I think his snout could be a bit skinnier. I think it's a bit too wide horizontally, I guess. I think he could have more of like a skinnier like mouth. I think the armor and the more Ankylosaurus kind of like beak look is cool. But I think it could be a little like I think the bridge of his nose could be dipped down a bit more, so it has that nice curve that Anguirus has.
Yeah,
I think that's the only thing that's really throwing me off, because it kind of looks more like I guess what sauropod like that, or not, like just it looks more. It's not as skinny as Anguirus, and I think that would really define it as Anguirus, because everything else I think looks like really good. I think it's just that it could be adjusted, and then it's like good. And I really like the fangs that at like the last teeth, that I think should stay. I think that makes him look like unique in this design. I just think the snout should be maybe a little longer, maybe a tad bit, not too much longer, and then like dip it a bit more so that you get that curve. But other than that, I think it looks great.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was definitely thinking about like his snout size, and just every time like I did this, it always looked it looked a little too long, so that's why I decided to broaden it. And especially, I always thought about like him having like a really strong bite to him. And I think another thing that makes his face like really big is that his horn too is also, it's not even, so it curves out and then it juts out a little bit and comes out, similar to like a ceratopsian, or like very.
I think you should. Yeah.
No, go.
I think you should keep that. I think you should keep his front horn like jutting out like that more. I just think the snout itself should be more curved. That's just me. That's a preference, I guess. But I think it would work better to look more Anguirus like, I guess. Even though he looks Anguirus like a lot like Anguirus. And I will say this, I think it's funny you gave him the additional like spike on his crown, I guess. I thought about doing that with my design, giving him one little tiny, but then I just didn't, because I was like, simplicity.
Oh yeah, no. Every time, like
I almost did that.
That whole thing was absent originally, and when I was about to ink it in, and that's why there's no armor there for this last one. And I was like, it just looks really weird that like it goes from here to here, so that's why I added that little spine, and I just felt that made that profile for his crown perfect.
Yeah, I think it works for this design. I almost added it, but then I just was like, it would have been more subtle than the rest of the horns, but I just was like, it doesn't really work, so I let it go.
No, yeah,
but yeah, I think it's great. I think it looks cool.
1 second, and then let me get to yours. Up and on we go. Perfect. And we will have words. Oh, 1 sec. It's still zoomed in.
Oh. Anguirus.
Anguirus. There we go. Ooh. And look at that beautiful boy. Screenshot those. There we go. This beautiful boy right here.
All right. So off the bat, I just want to say that clearly not finished yet. It's not a finished design. This is pretty much what it will look like. It's just not colored, and I need to do the line art for it. But overall, this is the look of it. I think the tail's fine, but I want to figure out how the spines sit on the tail a bit better. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just a rough drawing. No. Line.
This was one thing we had talked about, was definitely about the snout, and definitely you got that very wonderful thin gharial alligator gar-ass look to him, and then it accentuates that horn that really curves back perfectly. And because the snout is so small, the brow, and because it's also emulating like non-mammals, the brow here with the eye, it comes off as more fierce rather than like cutesy, which I like too. And the curving back of the spine, like that whole face just looks perfect right there. And just the fang, how those jut out, it's beautiful.
I want to make note of one thing. Sorry.
No, go.
Just part of the process. originally this Anguirus looked very different. I would draw like thumbnail like silhouettes of him, and it originally, it didn't have this body look, but like it had it had those curved spines that like Singular Point Anguirus had, and it was pointed out to me that like it looks like Singular Point Anguirus. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in a whole different direction with Anguirus because I don't want to just recreate like my favorite design. So I basically went back to the drawing board, and this is the result, I guess. But that's yeah, but that's really all I wanted to say.
I also like the arms too, because like they're big, and then he's got like Spinosaurus inaccurate knuckle walking to him, which is cool. But then also this detail here is that he has a very bulbous body here, small segmented armor, big armor here. It looks like this design would be perfect for rolling, where essentially ducks his head in, covers his arms, tail wraps around. He's essentially almost a perfect sphere at that point for to sort of move around the a cityscape, which I like. And it also reminds me of specifically this character called Major Ruin from a game called Cameo. Just like specifically this portion here, because that character is essentially a ball, spines, and then his legs are here, arms are here, head's like right here. But it's that whole portion right there. It almost looks mutated, but it also looks very natural too. And like it hits it just right too. And I'm also gonna be interested to see what the colors you do for it. But like also the legs too, that works so well. And the tail, the only thing I would say is that I always like it when Anguirus's tails are like the spines are always a little bit more uneven and asymmetrical. But if you're doing a tail like this, I think the more even look works better for it. So although like I like more asymmetrical, if you're gonna do like very symmetrical, this style works best.
I thought about it. It did come to mind where I was like, do I want to make this asymmetrical? Because the spines on Anguirus, because whenever I like start redesigning the kaiju from the Godzilla series, I always like make it a point now to just like, if I'm going to reference any design, I'm only referencing the very original design. And that is the one trait from Showa Anguirus that is prominent, that he doesn't have a club. He has just spikes on his tail, and I was like, do I want to make it like all like uneven? And then I said no, because this, I actually mentioned this earlier in the stream, but this is where I took the inspiration of the segments from what is it, the armadillo lizard. And they have spines. I exaggerated the spines obviously, but they have like a similar kind of look. So I was like, I said I'll just give him that and make him even, because it also just looks more natural with the whole shell, since the shell itself is even and symmetrical. So it just does like a lot of this design is just symmetrical. So adding the uneven tail would just make it look a bit weird and wouldn't work. Now, if the shell were all over the place, then I think that would work, and more chaotic, then that would work. But for this, since it's so symmetrical, it just wouldn't work for the design. And it's funny you mentioned the Spinosaurus knuckle walking, because the knuckle walking was just based off of I will say this Anguirus is, well, maybe I shouldn't reveal it until G98's thoughts. I guess I can discuss more of my process after the critique, I guess. So I'll leave it till the end.
All right, so me next?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I absolutely love the tail and the face. I really like how you incorporated like the gharial snout and then the armadillo lizard tail. I love how the spikes come out. I love the evenness to it. I love the segments. I really love the knuckle and how like the knuckle walk posture, the arms, the legs look good. The one thing I don't really like is the torso shape and body and how it connects to the carapace. Gives me some of that like that gourd look or that peanut look. I like the spikes on the shell and how they're all evenly placed. I would like to see something going on with how it connects to the body, and like maybe a finished illustration. But overall, I really like the design and how it looks.
Yeah.
One thing I didn't notice was that right here you can actually see the carapace coming off from right here, similar to how the singular point design does. And like in a way how the splitting carapace for an Anguirus would do. So that's actually an interesting detail I did not notice until now.
Yeah, I did. It does. I was debating if I want like the. I might add like a little line or like a segment between like his shell to so that it is kind of split and not entirely like one shell. And I think that's just like kind of to invoke like that kind of look, but not to like as crazy as Singular Point did. Just to show that it's kind of segmented. Speaking of the, I guess, carapace, specifically, it is based off of it is just an armadillo. If you look at armadillos, they have like a very similar like look to their carapace. There was something else about what was it? Because the weird thing about armadillos is that their shoulders are covered by their carapace, and I didn't want that for Anguirus because that's not what Anguirus has in his actual design. There was, what was the other animal? There was another animal I kind of referenced that actually had something similar, more similar to what I was going for, or maybe it was just I just kind of molded the carapace to like do that. Here, wait, I'm looking at my reference right now. But I will say, it's funny. The knuckle walking I thought was cool because when it comes to Anguirus, it's always the one thing I had. It's the man in the suit look. So it's like, okay, how can you make that work? How can you make that like actually work in like a design? Singular Point did a really cool idea where they made him digigrade in the back and then plantigrade in the front. And I thought, okay, well, Anguirus pretty much has people hands because he's a suit. And I thought like, okay, what other animals kind of have like a similar like body type to this? Like where like they have like a man body pretty much where the feet are flat, which is what Anguirus has. He's just on his knees and still has like these hands kind of. And then I just thought, oh, an anteater. It's because anteaters actually walk on their knuckles. And they have like flat feet. So I thought, oh, okay, let's give him like this more mammalian body. Add some like, add like these armadillo, this armadillo carapace because that just makes sense. Add those spikes because that's Anguirus. And then exaggerate a bit more to give him like kind of a hunched look, which anteaters do kind of have, but because he has a shell, it's going to be even more exaggerated, and it gives him more shape too, which makes his design even stronger. And the face is, yes, it is totally based off of a Gharial because I think looking at 55 Anguirus, he has that very long snout, and the first thing I thought was like that is like a Gharial. And originally for this design, I had like a more traditional looking head, and then I just, when looking at the 55 design, I was like, you know what, this looks more fierce, so I'm gonna look for animals that are similar to that, and Gharial just worked. And they also have that jagged teeth. Even Gharials have almost like these fangs, almost like Anguirus. It's really cool. Like they have like these jutted out teeth like in the front that are longer than the back teeth, and it just works for Anguirus. It's cool. And then the tail, the armadillo lizard, and then for the body texture, I referenced I think also scales from armadillo lizards, like kind of more of their body scales rather than their like their armored bits, I guess. And I think I'm gonna give the shell a texture to the armadillo shell because they have like these little like bumps kind of on their shell, which looks cool. And for the eyes, it's kind of hard to tell just because it's simplified, but since Anguirus has that very determined like look, but he doesn't really have like reptilian eyes. He has like mammalian eyes. And since I thought of like a brave animal that's just like always kind of ready to like fight and intimidating, but still, I guess, curious and cute in a way, in some way. I just thought wolf eyes, because wolves have like a very intimidating look when they look at you, but it's still like dog like, but those eyes are just very like intelligent too. So I wanted to give that to Anguirus, his look, while giving him that fierce Gariel like mouth with the jagged teeth. And last thing, specifically, he's pretty much armored all throughout his body, even his scales. But I purposefully, I did not put armor on his neck. That is his weak spot.
No, that definitely is a good choice too. But one thing I also would say is that when looking at it, the big neck combined with his very thin snout and the fact that he's like the posture is based on an anteater, it kind of resembles an anteater's long snout in a sense. So no, that was a very good choice there.
Yeah, and that Anguirus' neck is bare for almost like all of his designs. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna keep that, because that, he's pretty much a tank all over. If we remember Raids Again, that's how he died. So that's if you can get his neck, then it's over. Anguirus is done for. But yeah, that's my design and my process, I guess.
No, definitely, it was a very good design there. And 1 second, I know it seems like on my end it looks like we're just suffering through just a tiny bit of turbulence when it comes to the internet. So it just probably gonna be a little slow on my end as I produce designs, but we'll just have to work through it. Let me start up with some of these other designs here. If this loads, hopefully it loads. And it's funny, we're 2 hours in and it was working with me all the way, but let's see. You can do this, computer and internet.
I believe you, computer. And while I guess it's loading, I debated on giving him a club, but then I just didn't. I think it looks cleaner without the club.
I think it looks better without. I like it. The design definitely fits not having a club with it. So I think that that was a good choice on your part not to include it.
The spikes are enough as a defense. They're strong.
Exactly. As well as I think also Anguirus not having a club separates him from actual ankylosaurs more. So
yeah, and actually I think I also thought giving him a club when compared to my Godzilla design, since my Godzilla has Thagomizers, it kind of just defeats that purpose. I think it just works with that. Okay, Anguirus doesn't have a club. Godzilla has Thagomizers because I wanted it.
Well, in an interesting kind of way, one thing Anguirus could do is that you know how with sides or sword breakers, the trick is always to catch the sword and then wrench it from a hand. Because Anguirus has all those smaller spikes, if Godzilla uses his Thagomizers, he can block it and then use all his spines to essentially interlock the tail and get the upper hand that way. Yeah. That is one thing that could work. And yeah, it looks like this thing is just being slow, it looks like, because right now I am absolutely frozen on my end when it comes to the stream. I can still hear you all fine. It's just, wow. Come on, computer. You got this, please. What I might do is I might switch off the cam if that is sort of a burden on the...
Anguirus killed the stream.
Anguirus killed the stream. The stream went down like trailed off. That's so weird. Why it's having such a...
Oh, you're starting to lag a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Shut. Yeah, frozen. Oh.
Welp.
Are you still hearing me good? Because Zim's
I can
lagging.
hear you. I can hear you. If the stream ends, it was nice knowing everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully. Oh no.
Oh no. It's up to us to carry the stream.
Well, okay. Well, I guess. What's your favorite part of Anguirus? I guess it's like Anguirus, like in general, like just his
With
design.
Anguirus, it'd have to be his face, and then followed up by like his tail.
Yeah, his face is unique, which is it's so distinct. It's just like, yeah, it just works. It just works. I think definitely my favorite parts is his carapace and his face. Like, that those are the two things I think that really just make Anguirus's design stick out. I really wish he was like. I really wish we got more of him. I hope we get him in the MonsterVerse, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of did, but as a corpse, a skeleton. He just needs to like. He can be easily implemented, but it just, I guess, comes down to cost. I wonder how the MonsterVerse would design him. I'm guessing they would base it off the skeleton, but I'm wondering how, like, what they do with him.
I've seen some cool fan designs out there that I definitely think would fit MonsterVerse.
I've seen some too. I think, yeah, it's. I'm wondering how like different or traditional would they go. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Zim says, he's alive. My thing just died, his computer, and restarted my computer, but the stream should still go until I actually end the stream. Okay, so he will be back. But I wonder how like different they'd go with Anguirus. Like, would they go more traditional, like with Rodan, or would they go more like, would they go a bit more off the wall, like with, like Mothra? Yeah, Mothra.
I feel with Mothra, they definitely had to go a bit more out there because they wanted her to look more fierce.
Yeah.
With Anguirus, I think they'd go a bit more traditional, and then maybe incorporate something more naturalistic to like modernize the design.
Yeah, I think it would be really hard for them to top singular point Anguirus, though. Honestly, like, I don't know, like I think they could do it, but I feel like just because I've seen singular point Anguirus, I'd be like, nah, like you can't. It's good, but you guys can't top that. But who knows? Who knows? I hope it happens, but it might not. But yeah, I think we need an Anguirus monster arts, man. Like, I don't care which Anguirus at this point. I'm hoping for SP just because they seem to still be pumping out SP stuff, and I think Tamashi mentioned that like they were thinking about it, like they were like thinking about like the other monsters, and Anguirus is on the list of. I think it was Salonga, Anguirus, and I think like a different form of Jet Jaguar. I hope Anguirus is next though.
What was that new one they came out with, or that they're just releasing? It was the Rodan, right?
Yeah, Rodan just came out, and it looks really cool. it's engineered well. It looks pretty nice too. It'd be cool. I would like to see. I know a lot of people do not like the pink design, the first form of Rodan, but I would like to see that, just to have representation of it. But first I'd want Anguirus, and then Salonga, I guess. But Monster Arts, I'm so surprised that they haven't even. I'm surprised they haven't made an Anguirus yet after all these years. Like they could have made the 68 Anguirus. Like that is the most popular Anguirus design still to this day, I would say. They now can even make a Final Wars Anguirus since they have Godzilla Final Wars to go with him. They really wanted to.
Yeah, I think they're probably gonna do SP Anguirus and then Final Wars.
Yeah, I hope. Just like, because I have the Monster Arts Zinogre, which is a Monster Hunter, and it looks so cool, and it's articulate, it's engineered so well, and that design already has like a similar body type to like Singular Point Anguirus, and I just know that Singular Point Anguirus would be so good. It'd be so good, and I'm just hoping. I'm just crossing my fingers. I personally would want. Well, like I think 68 Anguirus should have been done before, but since this Anguirus is popular, I really hope SP Anguirus gets made, and it's my favorite design. So I will not complain if it's. I wouldn't complain at all if it was SP Anguirus.
What feature from Anguirus do you think should translate really well to the figure?
Like I think the legs are like, honestly, the way the legs work would work well just for articulation, but I also think his like head, his neck could be very articulated, because like the Monster Arts figure or the Monster Hunter figure has like these segments on it that allow him to look up and like down, and like I feel like that could work for like his carapace, and just they can do it. And also his tail, they can do it. So let's see. Brandon Shackleford said, "We need an X Plus or model kit of SP Anguirus," and I agree 100%. We need X Plus of SP anything, because all they have is the Deforeal Godzilla Ultima, and they haven't even teased like a 25 centimeter or a 30 centimeter Godzilla Ultima. They have the ride out now, and they haven't even teased Ultima whatsoever. And I just like they need to show off Ultima. Like it's like the newest Godzilla design on the block. I mean, besides Ride Godzilla, but they just need to do that. I don't know why they haven't. I guess they're focusing on other things, but yeah, we need that. We need all the SP monsters. We need all of them.
I'm alive.
Zim is back.
I'm back, yeah. Now I can wrestle control of my stream again from you filthy heathens. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much for holding on the stream. Yeah, exactly. You guys both put on your A game, and I thank you very much for that. So now I have realized the limits of my computer, and this is exactly why I'm saving up to get a desktop in the future so I can handle the rigors of streaming that, or it could just be the fact that my internet just pooped out. And yes. But in the meantime, while you were talking, I was able to get a bunch of Angela Lemeses on. So let us begin. Start off with this one. Vincent's design. We all know Vincent. He did a very banger of a Godzilla design, and he comes back with a banger of an Anguirus design. Definitely, I like the colors he used. Very much inspired by Singular Point Anguirus. Goes for a beak, and the sort of the horns that are on the sides of the head. That's kind of what ended up happening with my Anguirus, although they are definitely not as pronounced. Although the front nasal horn was definitely an influence, and so was to a lesser degree the proportions. But if there was one thing about this design that I wish it didn't have, it would just be the club tail, because I look at the club tail, I look at its shape, and I immediately know it was based on Diabolus' tail, because Diabolus just has a unique club style to his tail. So I'm immediately like, yeah. But your thoughts, gentlemen?
I really like it. It reminds me of the, what was it? The Scutosaurus from Walking with Beasts or Monsters?
Yeah, that is from Walking. Yeah, Scutosaurus is from Walking with Monsters.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. I like that.
Yeah, this design is very, very Singular Point inspired. I think it's mainly the color scheme that's making it, and maybe the curved spines that make it look very Singular Point. I feel like this is actually the head crest looks more like the sketch of Singular Point than the actual 3D model, which, like, I feel like this is like the way that the head crest is done looks like the sketch, and I feel like that's not what it looks like on the model. Like, and I kind of like seeing it done here, I guess. I was gonna say I actually really do like the tail because it looks like an axe, but you mentioned Diablos, and I was like, oh, you're right. It totally looks like Diablos.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like an axe, but the issue is that I know this guy is a big Monster Hunter fan, and that Diablos just has such a unique shape to his tail. I'm like, that was definitely Diablos inspired.
Yeah. I think it works, but it's
better here?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Vic?
Do you like the knees better here?
Yes.
The spines are just that little one there.
Yeah, it's not like a random spike that's just jutting out. So I prefer the knees here. I think the curve on, I feel like I think the beak could be curved down a bit more on it. Like, I feel like it could have that beak look more, like, it just looks a bit too, I don't know, bird. I feel like it could look more, like, I don't know.
It looks almost like a different Monster Hunter. It's a raptor, not a wyvern, but I want to say Yankoku, but it's not Yankoku, because that one has like a very bulbous head to it. But like the detailing reminds me of Yankoku's.
Yeah, I like the idea of the like more beak look for Anguirus, but I think here it's a bit too short or like too flat. Like, I feel like that's my only thing. And I like I do like the horns that like curve down on the side of his cheeks. I think that's cool. That's a cool original element. And I think it's cool that his longest horn is the front one. I think that's cool. But yeah.
You know, it's probably most likely one of my favorites out of the designs I did find. It's like on to this is a well-known one. This is Matt Frank's Kaiju Samurai Anguirus design.
I'm not gonna lie.
We'll start with Vix first.
Oh,
oh no, if you want to go. Don't worry.
Okay, I'll go then. I've never really liked this one. Even when I was younger, I've never really liked this Anguirus design. I think it looks too Ankylosaurus for me. Like, it gets, like, especially the face, like, that is just a straight up Ankylosaurus. I mean, it could be the perspective, but it just looks too much, like, for me personally. And the club, it's just, I don't know, it's just too much for me.
I kind of like the body, but it's too similar to Final Wars, which I think is just okay.
And what's interesting is it really only came out like 5 years after Final Wars was made, so definitely you could tell there's that influence there. But one thing that always stood out for me weirdly with this design is that if you look at its left back foot, doesn't his foot look really human-like for some reason?
Oh yeah.
Ew, yeah, it kind of does.
Like, in most Anguirus designs, like, their feet and arms don't look like human ones, but like the front legs look very like reptilian, but then the back one looks really human. It might be he might just have digitigrade legs, and it's just because of the angle. But looking at it, it looks like a human foot.
Yeah, I kind of, I will say I do like the hands. I kind of like how the claw, like the one claw.
Yeah,
I think I
first
like
one's
how
the
it's
biggest.
Longer. That's it though. I don't really. This isn't my favorite.
Yeah, it was like I never usually vibed with the design, so I totally understand you on that one. It was always just very weird to me. But like, and it's what's interesting about it too was the fact that like it wasn't like compared to, for example, his Godzilla design, which was different, but also like it was good, but like I don't know, you just really just dropped the ball with his Anguirus design. In my opinion. Which is curious, but
0 out of 10. No, I'm joking.
Huh?
I said 0 out of 10. Just kidding. No, it's still a great drawing.
0 out of 10 would never would Anguirus again.
Yeah.
And 1 sec. This is an interesting one right here that I like. This one right here.
I'll let G98 go for this one.
All right.
Take it away, Vic.
I like the carapace. The arms, limbs are interesting. I'm not a fan of the neck or the head. Looks like a weird Triceratopsian type head.
I can see that, yeah. Especially because you see there's like a like sort of not necessarily like bone or something, but it's like there's skin there between the horns, and you never usually see the horns go all the way down like that. Like it's definitely interesting to say the least with that. It's like a fan almost.
I like the colors a lot. I think the body's pretty solid. The spikes are pretty cool. They're kind of curved back instead of, or like they're pushed. They're like jutting out back rather than like curved forward. I think is cool. I actually kind of think the like the crown being kind of like together or like or whatever, like I think that actually looks kind of cool. Maybe it could be a little less exaggerated. Like maybe the spikes could be a bit more prominent instead of them being so like the membrane I think could be a bit, or whatever it is, could be shortened a bit. But I don't really like the face too much. I think the face is a bit too fat. And I think it could be like skinnier in the snout area. The teeth, I think the teeth could be longer, definitely. The horn on the snout is fine. It's like just passing the length. But the teeth should be longer. But yeah.
I definitely think that there's one thing that I would just want to remove straight up. It's those last 2 horns on his bottom jaw. Just remove those. I think the design is better overall. I really like this design. Out of all the designs we've shown outside of Vince's first one, this is probably like either my first or second favorite. It's gonna be right now a toss up between those two. But yeah, no, I can definitely see like even my own design had a very broad head, and I also like this head, and it may just be the fact I like more broader features on a lot of my more saurian monsters.
Yeah.
But the colors are definitely interesting here with this like light gray, bottom purple, and then like a dark indigo with like almost ice colors for his spines.
Yeah, I think the colors are the coolest part of this design.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me, I'm forgetting the title of the movie, but like that old movie where they like took iguanas and alligators and just like put stuff on them to make them look like dinosaurs.
It was one of the remakes of The Lost World.
I thought it was Journey to the Center of the Earth.
No, well, a couple movies did it. So, but like I remember specifically, they took like a gecko and they put like horns around its head for a crown, and then they gave it like a nasal horn, and they called it a Tyrannosaurus.
Nice.
And that's it. And like it's the same bluish colors as this one, so that's immediately why I thought Lost World. But yeah, no, a bunch of old movies did that.
Yeah, they just took an alligator and put like a Spinosaurus down its back.
Like a little fin on its back.
Yeah.
Those poor animals.
Poor animals.
Now
here's a design that definitely goes very Ankylosaurus. This is the Neo Takaiju series, Anguirus, although it very much looks like a straight up Ankylosaurus. However, for reference, his Godzilla designs very much look like theropods with Godzilla spines on them.
I guess I'll go first for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I already mentioned it's a good drawing. I already mentioned the Matt Frank thing. I think this goes way too far in Ankylosaurus for me, especially with the head. The Anguirus' head being like long and alligator like is so iconic that I think removing it just makes him look like an entirely different creature.
Mm-hmm.
That like I feel like if they just made the snout like the Anguirus snout and make like it would still look very Ankylosaurus like, and I probably would still not prefer it, but like I think it would look more Anguirus like than just because the crown and the snout just they make like a silhouette that is just like you look at it and you're like, oh, that's Anguirus, but here it's just like a normal Ankylosaurus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what bothers me. It's a good drawing though. It's just
I'm definitely on the same boat, like good drawing, but like it's too close to like an Ankylosaur to where like if you told me this was like a stylized Ankylosaur from Primal, I'd be like, yeah, great Ankylosaur. But like not too much monster to it. Feels too close to like just a dinosaur.
There's no nasal horn too.
Yeah, or there. I feel like there might be kind of in the beak. Like it almost looks like it's like a double trying to be a nasal horn, but not entirely.
Yeah, but because of like where it connects, it looks like there is none. But I think that probably was the point.
Yeah, it just you can make it like you can make the long snout thing work with like different ideas. You don't have to like you don't have to like just copy like show a look, and then like you can like incorporate different like reference to like make a long snout. You make it dog like if you really want to. Mm-hmm. Like it's just like you don't have to just stick to like the show a look. Like you can still like give it that like clear like Anguirus silhouette, but like you just don't have to make it like a copy of Showa like a lot of even concept designs tend to like try to do, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no limit. I mean, we see it with the other designs, like even say Final Wars Anguirus, despite like it being kind of snobby, it still like does its own thing. SP Anguirus does its own thing. And of course 55, the one that started all, looks different than Showa. Or like 68. Like it's not impossible. Like he just like I don't know. I just think the Ankylosaurus short snout just makes it not Anguirus.
Mm-hmm. Like it just diverges too far away.
Yeah.
And now for another one that really kind of diverges far away is this one right here. This was this was like planned, like if I remember correctly, this is like supposed to be a MonsterVerse Anguirus before King of the Monsters came out. So like this was done like when 2014 was big. And like the first thing I want to say is like the head is like so un-Anguirus like. It's like no. Like everything else could work. Like you can tell there's like almost a turtle influence with how it's shaped, but like like the head, it like changed the head ruins it because
I like the shell.
Yeah, no, the shell's good, but like the head tops that design off, and it like you just look at it and you're like, what is that?
It looks like Methuselah without the horns, kind of. Mm-hmm. I feel like the head. It doesn't even have like the crown. I
no
just
crown,
I feel like
no
fangs,
see
no horns.
where the crown goes. I can kind of see where the crown goes and the nasal horn, but they're a little too small.
Yeah, it's not exaggerated enough. That's the problem. Like it's like also his neck is very short. I mean, I guess it could work if you're going for like a turtle look, but his neck is very like very short. I feel like this Anguirus would have a hard time fighting.
I mean, at least he's not going to get his neck bitten off. So
I guess, yeah, but yeah, if that head was changed, then I think it'd be better.
Yeah, you'd come back when you get a new head.
I don't know how I feel about the gecko feet, but
it's interesting. I could see it, but like I would need to see what a new head looks like with this design. Yeah, just like the head. Just what is that?
Yeah.
No,
I have an interesting. I don't know if you have it, but I have an interesting Anguirus winner design that was for like my redesign contest that I had that I really like.
I'm gonna bring another really out there one, and I'll talk about it while you get looking for that one.
Here, I'll look for it. I'll get it.
And now there's this one right here. This is another very ankylosaur looking one, but it's got like an exaggerated chin. The carapace is much smaller. You're getting more Showa-esque spines here, but then you also have a ceratopsian frill here. But because of how the body is shaped, it's essentially absent. Like you don't see it very much in the silhouette. But yeah, no. And the tail is super long, and then you have these really stocky sauropod-esque legs. This one's interesting too. What do you think on this one, Vic?
Ooh, it's interesting, but I think it's too far into that. I like the way the tail ends. I like the spiky carapace. The head is a little too outlandish for me. I feel you have to be really specific with the head of Anguirus.
You
can't deviate too far. I'd say it's like the nasal horn, snout, and crown. And then from there you can experiment, but don't get too far away from the silhouette.
I like the body. I think the body's really cool looking. I think you can make the ceratopsian or whatever like thing work. I just think they focus too hard on like the frill, or I guess, of the ceratopsian, and not enough on the spines that jut out from that frill. Because I feel like the spines need to be almost like I think people should look at it as if it like a protoceratops, but like with like spines that jut out more. Because then you get like kind of a short crest, but it's not too exaggerated, but then you still got those spike that crown that Anguirus has. I think the horn is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think the horn.
No, the really horn's cool. Good. What do you think of the chin horn though?
I think it could be. You know what? Honestly, as an original, if this were original design, I think it actually looks really dope. But I think it could be maybe a bit less exaggerated, just a little. And I think, once again, I'm going to say it, I think the snout should be maybe not as long as most Anguirus, but just slightly longer. Slightly longer. But I really like the body and the tail. I think with adjustments, this could be really cool.
Yeah, this could work for something. I think maybe definitely also change up the legs. The legs just aren't selling it for me.
Oh, I kind of like the legs, but that's just me.
No, this is a recognizable one. This is the Heritage Anguirus. And this is where I'd gotten the beak idea was from this right here. But this takes like the idea of a almost ceratopsian frill, but then it takes it off with the horns perfectly. A little bit of a club tail, but not like super club looking. It does well with the feet here, and then the idea of like almost like these little rocky, pebbly bits for the carapace. It's interesting. And then this color too. We saw there's multiple Anguiruses that Heritage had where colors, but the designs are all essentially the same. But I just wanted to focus on this one because this was the best image I could find of the design. That wasn't like super blurry.
Yeah, I really like this one. Minus the legs. I think the legs have that man in the suit problem that was mentioned before. But overall, I really like it.
Okay, so with a lot of the heritage designs, I feel like, especially Godzilla, more so Godzilla, it falls into like the let's make it very reptilian looking. And I personally do not really like that. I I think the colors are cool. I think the beak, how the mouth is. Does this design have slit eyes?
I don't think it does.
Okay. I think the way they did the mouth is cool. The head, I think the head is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think the head's neat. Now, God, the design, honestly, to me personally, is really ruined by the man in the suit. Like you had the opportunity to like fix that because that's what everyone complains about Anguirus, or like just the general person. And like because it's like it's just a guy walking, and I like you could have before Singular Point, you could have like made that like a unique like you can use that to your advantage, like with a lot of some fan designs and just like what Singular Point did, but you opted for this awkward like look, and I think it just really hampers the design.
Especially when they like the back legs look super skinny, especially the feet on the back legs.
Yeah, it's just. Was this gonna be like a CG film?
It was gonna be a CG film, but I wasn't sure if they were gonna do like motion capture or something for some of the monsters.
Okay,
but
yeah. Then like, I just feel like it just hampers the design.
Yeah. What do you think about the colors though? Since those are obviously the like the one outside of like the design being different and stuff. That's like the big change they did.
I think the colors are fine.
I really like the colors.
I also like the one where it looks like there's a version that's white and it also looks like he's got like a ghost mask on the Anguirus' face. I like that one too. Like all of the colors they did for the designs were always good.
I'm not like a huge fan of the heritage design. I mean, there's only two, right? It's Godzilla and Anguirus.
Well, there's the Godzilla, Anguirus, and then there's like other ones they did that weren't really like official. Like they weren't gonna be the heritage movie.
Yeah, I just feel like they just make their designs look so reptile, and it's like just like add a bit more than just that. Like I don't know.
I really like the reptiles. I like more reptilian designs. Ooh.
Big boy.
Yeah, this one right here. I very much like it's got very reptilian legs, especially with how like the fingers and toes are. The body is very nice. However, I will say I do not like the club. I think if it did not have a club, it would have been better. And I wish the nasal horn, I think it's probably just because of the lighting, but it looks like the nasal horn's also like that weird different color there, which just kind of seems weird to me.
What artist did this one? You know?
Let me look. Dan Morisetti, Morrissettee. Dan Morisetti. I'm probably saying that wrong, and I'm sorry, Mr. Dan. His first name is Dan. I think he is on that. This one is on ArtStation though.
Cool. Because one thing I really like about this, it reminds me of another artist's style, and the way they do like the scale patterns on like the legs and the characters going down the tail. I really like that like scale pattern. I think the face is really gnarly and dragon-like. I like that.
Yeah.
The club, I wish was at least a different shape.
Also, it's like a spade too. I just realized.
Really good.
This design is very deceitful in thinking that it is a reptile, but I see a lot more mammalian influence in this design. I mean, there's some reptile influences, especially like in the feet. But this is, I think the plating on it looks really good. It's very pangolin like. It's like they gave Anguirus kind of that rattleback look, honestly. but then for each plate they gave him a spine, and I think that's really cool. The club is a bit. I think it looks like a kind of a realistic club, but it is a bit. I don't know, boring. I don't know compared to everything else. I think
especially the front too, like the head and then the upper body, and then the club just looks like that. It's like,
yeah. I think my biggest issue is I think the design feels very cluttered near the head. It feels like with all the spikes everywhere, like on the neck and stuff. It's kind of hard to tell what. I think this might be due to color choice too. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on in the head. Like it feels like it should be. I think it could be a bit simplified in the head. Like I think you could still have that like overall like dragon looking face. Like I really like how the teeth are like kind of turtle-esque, like a turtle, like a snapping turtle beak look. I think it works really well, but I think it needs to be simplified because it just looks a bit like with every spike jutting out everywhere, it just kind of it gets blurry and doesn't stand out to me. Because I think the body is fine. It has very big shapes, and then the head is just there's a lot of like shapes, like small shapes that kind of make it messy. But the body itself, I think, has a clear like look to it. It's just that face area I think could be simplified. Yeah.
You know, it's probably the busiest design for that we've seen so far. And the next one, I know Tyler did this one. One thing I very much like is, although the head is kind of small, I do like the nasal crest here. The fangs are actually pointed up rather than down like they usually are. But I like the spines down here similar to the SP design, but then the color choice, which is this mostly light gray, darker, and then again similar to the icy color. Because I think like people obviously, and they don't really bring this up in the movies, but like Anguirus apparently appeared out of Siberia. So like the idea of him kind of being icy does make sense in a way.
I really like the head on this one. The way the fangs are reminds me of the turtle from the series. And then I can see sort of like the singular point where the carapace splits. That's similar. I like the spines. Although this gives me some more Godzilla-like vibes. I would wonder what the Godzilla version looks like.
You mean his Godzilla design?
Yeah, like his Godzilla design.
He's done several Godzilla designs, so like you'd have to look at which one like that he's done, but it like his Godzilla looks very different from this for sure.
That's one thing too. Do you think we'd have a different reaction if we saw like the Godzillas or other monsters that would be in this universe?
Yeah. Not for me personally.
Like I've like, for example, his Zilla design is very close to 90 and Zilla. However, I would say like some of his Godzilla designs are more closer to like Chad designs, and then another one he done is like very snake-like too. So, but like if I'm like saying like if I looked at this and if this was official, I'd be like it's definitely different, but it is also very faithful too.
Yeah, I think this is cute. I think the head is cute. The head that is actually kind of a really good example. I kind of think that if this head was on, I think this works for the design already, but this kind of head works better for like say if someone's going for a more Ankylosaur looking Anguirus. I feel like that because the head it's not too long, but it's like just long enough to like still look like Anguirus, and it also has that crest. Like it's not just an Ankylosaur, so it's still its own thing, which I really appreciate on this design. I think I like the color too. The color's nice. I think my only thing is more of a proportional thing with the front legs. I think they kind of just look like the back legs again, and I think like I can tell with the back legs there's like a knee, but it feels like he almost has a knee in his front legs, which I don't think works. I think his like right where the leg begins, it just looks like a knee up there. I think that could be more arm-like, I guess. But that's really
like this is definitely a design where I wouldn't imagine seeing this one rearing up on its hind legs. This looks like a very
no, it doesn't have to. It doesn't.
I mean, it doesn't have to, but just when I look at it, just like on its own, and it's because of the thing with the it looks like he's got a knee there. So
to me, it just like anatomically, I just feel like it looks like he has two back legs, like front and back, and I think he's like looking at more reference of animals that like have like legs in the front would be good to reference, because other than that, I think it looks fine. Like it's just I think that should be adjusted, because the back legs are fine. It's just the front legs look like back legs.
Yeah.
Hind legs, I guess. Yeah.
Let me get the next one. Where is it? This is the Kaiju Revolution Anguirus design.
Oh.
Is it like, I think like the armor on the head's very interesting. However, when I'm looking at it, I don't know. I personally just am not a fan of the head. However, because the tail is like the same sort of girth throughout the entire thing, the idea of his tail being almost more club-like here works, in my opinion. And then I also like the fact that like the back legs look smaller than the front legs, which is a detail we don't usually see with these designs so far. And then also mostly brown tones without much lighter tones for like the spines and stuff is also an interesting choice.
This Anguirus, I can tell, like, it looks like they referenced at least the pose. Oh, maybe not. It almost looks like they referenced like lions or cats for the body design. Like, I think what's honestly, I think this design might be fine. I really like the pangolin kind of spines. I think what's kind of throwing it off isn't necessarily the design. I think it's the pose. I think it's not a great pose to show off the design. Maybe the head could be a tad different, but I would have liked to see this design in a different pose, because I feel like you can't really, the pose that it's in, it's like looking back on you, and it doesn't, like, it's kind of, you can't really see like the full look of the head. I think the colors are cool. It's just that I think you don't get to see it in its nice silhouette, because it's kind of weirdish pose. But I think
maybe if the head was tilted, like, so we just saw the head in silhouette, it would have been better rather than seeing it in profile.
Yeah,
I think the head would look better with different proportions. Like, if it was more proportionally accurate to a traditional Anguirus, then like the way the shapes are, I think would look better.
Maybe the neck could be longer.
I think it is really long. It's just the fact that how he's looking.
Yeah,
he's turned so far back. Oh, and like because of that, it also gives like it's almost like a giant armored bird look for his head, in a way.
Yeah, because the beak is interesting.
I think the chonky tail at the end doesn't really work. Like, I think it should taper a bit. Like, I think it could still have the armor going throughout, but I think it's too thick still. Like, this looks like it's more agile, so I feel like that tail is kind of weighing it back, like holding it back a bit. I think it could be taper a bit more, but yeah, I think it's cool though.
Yeah, that was definitely when I was like, it's interesting. And this is the Nature's Retribution Anguirus by Dino Brian 47. I like this one. This one I like sort of the pangolin look here, but then the armor changes similar to like Ankylosaur armor does. And then the recurved horn is interesting. Still has the fangs. The crown, I think the crown gets a little lost in the spines here because of the same color, but then I like the tail here. The Dismatosuchus almost posture to him. I really like this design.
I like it a lot. The inverse horn is interesting. And then the face I'm not too on board with, but I like the fangs. The crown looks good, but like you mentioned, it does get a little lost. I like the arrangement of the armor plating.
Yeah,
The
like
tail
it
looks
definitely
cool
does
too.
have that rattle back look to it, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the body, the tail. Like I think all that's good looking. I kind of like its posture, like the way it stands is very more lizard-like, but also it kind of reminds me of like, what is it, synapsids or like, like mammal-like
Dimensional.
reptiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that, which is cool. Or even alligators. Um, I don't really like the face though. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
too Komodo dragon looking, and the fangs sticking out don't really work personally for me. Like it just kind of, it just. I
I
think
can really tell it, like, especially because of the upturn of the front of the snout, immediately, and the posture too, it definitely screams Desmatasuchus to me because it has that same shovel like look to the front of its face, which I could tell was definitely like a big influence for it.
I like the armored stomach though. That's cool. But yeah, I think it's the head for me that's bothering me because everything else is kind of fine. It's fine. It's just I don't know. I like the I guess inverted horn a bit. I think that's neat. But yeah.
This next one here, this is like a kind of interpretation of
Mm-hmm.
like it's a green Anguirus too, but also like it's based on like the Treadmasters one too in a way. But like it takes like because like the upper body you can tell is a lot more muscular, and of course like the back is like built. And then
Honestly,
it seems like for some reason that they always almost anytime you have an Anguirus with a club tail, there's always at least either 4 or 6, and they always look like that.
yeah.
It seems.
It's just an Ankylosaurus tail. I think honestly, if we're talking about like that '90s Godzilla, like I feel like this one would fit in it well too. Um, I don't think this. It definitely has more of a unique. It has Ankylosaurus vibes, but it doesn't go too far like in the face area. It still looks like Anguirus. I think it's. I think the colors are a bit throwing this Anguirus off from me. Um, I think it's. Maybe it's not the colors themselves, but I think it may be the value of them or the saturation of each. Like it goes from like this green, which looks fine, but then it's just like this really dull looking gray.
Yeah,
Just is
well, it's
there.
not just green too; it's like a teal, and teal is always like a weird color to incorporate.
Well, like I feel like the teal and the yellow work, but I think when it's just like they're not using like a subtle like they're just using plain gray. They're not like adding a bit of color to the gray, so it just looks kind of unnatural. Like if they made like a greenish or maybe even a bluish gray, I think that would make it look better. And I think maybe the saturation of it could be turned if it could be turned down a bit, like make it a little duller. But yeah, I don't think the design itself is that. It's very '90s looking, I would say. But but I don't think it's necessarily that. Maybe I think the way the plates on the arm, I guess the front legs kind of look a bit weird how they curve on the elbow, but then they are also in his hands. Like I feel like it should be either one way or the other. I think it makes more sense to protect the front of his arms than the back, since he's going to be fighting from them.
One thing I would say is that, like, if you look at the arm that is on the ground, because of how much it's bent, there's so little room there that is exposed. I think that, like, that was probably the reason why. Maybe there's just like a design element that was done because of the pose.
I would have just not done it at all then, or just like keep it like ended at the shoulder.
Yeah,
because like I feel like it just looks a bit weird. Otherwise, yeah, but that's.
I really like the colors on it. I really like the face. I think the proportions are a little weird, especially with it being like 90s muscly and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The club tail I'm not too stoked on. I would have liked it if it was more like traditional Anguirus taper or just like a regular tail.
I don't know, like it's not like super bulbous, but just like it looks weirdly generic, even though it's not. Like,
I just think it's because it's like just an Ankylosaurus tail put on Anguirus design.
mm-hmm.
Reminds me of like El Gusano's tail.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Even the colors, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
I think they do share the same teal too. Yeah,
They share the
that's
teal.
why I was like, it looks really familiar for some reason. I'm not being able to pinpoint where exactly. But yeah, no, that was definitely an out there design was specifically, especially with the colors. And now here is this design right here.
Oh, I I remember when I was designing my Anguirus, I was actually just it was already like almost done, but I think I looked at Google to look for 55 Anguirus and I just typed Anguirus and I saw this like at the front page and I'm like,
Mm.
oh, damn, this is a cool design.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of saw the hands at first. I was like, damn it, the knuckle. But it's different. I think this is more based off of pangolin. I can tell, and they don't really knuckle walk. They kind of stand upright, like this.
Mm-hmm.
This is cool. Okay. I'll just go off then. I think I can tell the spines like on the back. The carapace is based off of something. The way they're curved. No, I know it's like very armadillo looking, but like the curves are based off of something, but I can't pinpoint what it is. The pangolin influence is very cool for Anguirus. This is I didn't go like I thought of pangolins as a reference, but I didn't really do that for my person. I'm going to my design, but because I see the pangolin influence a lot because it just makes sense because it's an armored mammal animal thing and it works for Anguirus. It works. I just see it done a lot, which is why I didn't go for it in my design. It works here. I think this is the best pangolin kind of influenced Anguirus that I've seen. I think the head's pretty cool. I can't lie. The head's cool. I think I would have liked to see the head from a different angle, but like I can still get a sense of what it looks like. Maybe I would have toned down some of the armor on like the eye area. I think maybe personally, but I think it still looks unique. Maybe not all. Maybe some of the additional spines on Anguirus that he has on his head, I would have personally toned back a little. I would have kept them, but just like not exaggerate them as much, just to keep that distinct crest look to be the main like focus, I guess. I like the feet. The feet are cool. Very reptilian turtle. No, they're based on man. I can tell like we're very well done. I'm like looking for like the influences, and I can tell some, but some I'm blanking on, but I can tell they're familiar. Oh, you know what? The feet kind of look like alligator feet, sort of a little, but not the curved. It's the curved claws that are very either mammalian or. It's very cool though. And instead of spikes, I think it's cool that they went for like a club tail, but it's like part of its armor. I think that's unique and cool. And the color is actually, I actually really like the color. It actually has some green in it. This is actually, to be honest, I never really looked at the design really close. So this is kind of cool. I just saw like a thumbnail of it, but like honestly, the way the green is done here is kind of how I'd picture a green Anguirus. I think it's really, it's like, it still has that brown that Anguirus has, but it has that green it works really well. It looks very natural.
Oh
yeah,
wait,
this is a
very I just realized someone else joined the stream. Say hello to the bean.
Hi.
Bring it.
Hi. I've come to say that I hate Godzilla, but Anguirus is cool.
Yeah, I hate Godzilla too. He's stupid.
Yeah, Godzilla's dumb. I don't like him.
Stupid.
But
walnut brain.
Filthy Mexican.
Correct. But Fred though. Now Fred, he's on another level.
You can take your Fred-loving mouth.
Oh yeah, get closer to the mic. Come on. Yeah, there we go.
Braden, did you see my Anguirus design and the rest?
Or... I'm sorry, I did not. I popped in when you guys were looking at this one. There's a previous one. I was lusting after its thighs, but
I'll show you it later.
This one. I like his chunky tail. I'd let it smash me. Wait a minute. Wait,
CBT with Anguirus?
Probably should have thought that out before I said that. This is yeah.
One thing I would say about this design is specifically like the lower chin horn thingies. If you remove those, as well as some of the horns around the face, I'd like the design a little bit more. But yeah, overall, I do like the addition of the green there. It's subtle, and I would say probably the arms are the best thing of this design.
Yeah, they're cool. Me. They're really cool.
Yeah, the green reminds me of my pee.
You want to get that checked out?
Oh, well, that's not normal?
Oh, no, it's supposed to be red.
Like
blood.
Yes. Didn't think I'd be learning science as looking at Anguirus.
Exactly. We come here for the of course super accurate science.
Of course, because Fred is of course the most scientifically accurate Godzilla, as we know.
I don't think G98 Defender got to put his thoughts on.
I'm so sorry,
previous
Defender. I thought I'm proves just how far gone I am. I spend my time with Fred lovers, and this is what happens to me.
Mr. fellow Fred lover, do you realize the immaculate vision that Roland Emmerich spawned upon this world in his movie Godzilla in 1998? Yes, he splurged all over the screen just like Fred splurged his eggs into Madison Square Garden.
Speaking of eggs, are we ever gonna get a extended cut of 98 where we have like a lower down shot of Fred getting those eggs in there, sort of like Primal did?
We really should have.
Oh my god, that I was like, spoilers for Primal. When I saw that scene in Primal, I was like, please don't. I was like, oh, they did it. Okay.
I was like, they're probably gonna do it.
That's the one thing 2014 has over 98 is we see a kaiju giving birth.
Exactly. It's all red and juicy.
I'm gonna talk to the animator who animated that and just ask them how their life choices led to that.
It was an unpaid intern that just animated.
Oh my lord!
It's me.
Like no one will animate it.
See, I just came to the realization that Roland Emmerich was such ahead of his time that the finale takes place in Madison Square Garden, which is of course foreshadowing to the character of Madison in the MonsterVerse.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a prophet. He was such a prophet that he knew to invest properly into Moonfall.
Vic, what were your thoughts on the previous design?
I really liked the head. I thought it was really had that Cretaceous vibe of just being gnarly. I like the color. I like the vibe. The arms were a little disturbing to me. Just the way the armor looked. It reminded me of teeth.
I'd let him teeth me.
I have this weird phobia sometimes with the way teeth are.
You're being covered in teeth.
See, 98's teeth.
Yeah.
I'd rub myself all around them.
Wait, Vic, have you seen a pangolin before?
Yeah. like those little armored creatures, right?
Yeah. They're
Oh, I
cute.
love
They
penguins.
caused COVID. Just kidding. They did, but they didn't. We caused it by, you know.
I coughed on myself. That's how I got it.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
You don't have the stamina of a
Oh,
true American.
bro, I watched 98 like 50 times. What are you talking about?
Those are rookie numbers.
Also,
Yeah, I
penguins
know.
are endangered.
As I
Please
was
save
saying
the
that, I'm like,
pangolins. They're so cool.
wait
Okay,
a minute.
that's
I
it.
think he's seen it more than I have.
But
I
also,
watched 98 every day for a good while.
Yo, that was me with Final Wars back in middle school. Yeah.
That's just you with 2014, like now.
Pretty much. I may or may not have like the entire soundscape memorized for certain scenes. Yeah, whenever someone's like, Brayden, go watch this, go watch that, I just go watch 2014.
Hey, watch Arcane.
I really should. I know it's good, but
you
like,
haven't yet.
see, I could watch a really well-written show, or I could watch the same 2014 scene again.
Again, like I thought when I pimp slapped you, you would have learned better, and I was like, watch Arcane. And I guess I'll have to do it again then.
Hit me again.
Please do.
Do it harder. Hit me like those missiles hit Fred.
Like smack you like an alcoholic father. Just right across the face, strong and firm. But also, since I've interrupted you, Vic, on the other one, want to give your thoughts on this design right here. This was King Rex, I think, did this design here for you.
Pretty interesting. I guess, yeah, definitely more Ankylosaurus, but with like Anguirus skin. I like the head better than most.
I just feel like this. It does it a little better, but it just still falls under the Ankylosaurus look for me. Like, is it hairy?
Yeah, because it's actually like an armadillo.
Oh, interesting. Well,
I want to rub his hairs.
Then I feel like they should have incorporated more. Oh wait, it does. Wait, I can kind of see the armadillo more in the head. I don't know. I still feel like armadillos they gave it an Ankylosaurus armadillo hybrid head, but they could have kept the length of the armadillo that armadillos have long heads, so they could have done that for like this design, but they didn't. I think the mammalian look could be cool for Anguirus, but like I don't know. You know what? The hair reminded me of something. One thing that I think that I thought of, I didn't incorporate this in my design because I just didn't want to do it, but what if an Anguirus had like almost like porcupine quills?
That would be interesting.
Design? I think that could be cool. Like it could still like that was just, do that. Someone do that. Someone make it porcupine-esque Anguirus. But yeah, like it's just they like tried to like they tried to put like Anguirus like I mean the what armadillo. But then they just made it an Ankylosaurus. They made a hairy Ankylosaurus, basically.
Yeah, that's essentially my thoughts on it. It's a hairy Ankylosaur, which I like. I like most of it, but it's just remove the hair. And
I think you could incorporate both elements and make but I just think the execution of it is kind of just.
Also, the front horn's a little too small as well.
Yeah.
I like how the design had time spent on it.
Yeah.
Like Fred.
Okay.
What?
So you say that, but Roland Emmerich clearly spent his blood and tears, probably other bodily fluids, given how sexy Fred is, in order to birth the absolute perfection.
Yeah, it would have been Totopoulos.
Roland Emmerich is
the
mastermind
fake fan,
behind this entire world. It was all part of his plan. Just like how for I think it was the trailer for Moonfall, he put a video of himself on his yacht talking about how difficult it was to shoot the movie. And then after the trailer, it's a video of them approaching him on his yacht and he's like, no, go away. Um,
Did he actually?
yeah, yeah. He's a wacky guy. Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, this is another wacky design. Like it kind of has similar, like armadillo pangolin like arms, but then like just a very like thin tail for some reason. The head's interesting though, and the
laser?
legs. Yes.
Is that a Pipeworks reference?
Actually, no. No, that would not be a Pipeworks reference.
I know.
Because they're actually true fans.
Everything's a reference, actually. As I looked in the sky and I'm like, dude, that's like from Godzilla versus Ebra. There's a sky in that movie. And then I saw the water and I was like, oh, poof, that's a King of the Monsters reference. He was in water in that one.
I thought you were going to say it was another Ebra reference. Come on.
I was going to say 98, but then I was running out of movies. There's 36 and I just can't think of like 5.
Shame on you. Also, we found another Takaiju. Look at that.
I don't know what's.
Oh yeah, there's 2 of them. I'm keeping one.
I'm leaving. I'm keeping one.
You lost one of them. Come on.
I lost my tab for the stream thing, and I don't know where it went. I'm like looking for it. Like I don't know where it went.
Why are you on other tabs right now?
Wait, can I duplicate myself? Can
I was looking at
multiple
pangolins.
beaners?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you were looking at.
The pangolins and Anguirus design and the Zimcast.
Nate, let him rip.
Why are you gonna start duplicating yourselves right now?
Hold on. I need to name myself something new each time. The
tab disappeared. I don't know where it went. I'm stuck in the stream forever.
Oh boy, here we go.
Anyways, this Anguirus design, since yeah, it's very skinny. I think the head is a bit too complex. I guess the body's kind of cool. I like the black claws.
Yeah, no, the black claws are definitely a good touch.
I don't know. I think due to the art style, it's a bit hard to. It's like very like flat-ish, so it's kind of hard to like distinguish some details. And I think the values on this could be better. There's 3 braided now because I feel like a lot of the colors just blend together.
In
a way, yeah, but I think like they're distinct enough where I can tell what's what.
But like, I'm just saying that because I feel like if you put this in grayscale, it would look very muddy.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah,
I like colors.
I'm not big on the carapace. I'd like the tail more if it was proportioned better. I like the
really
face.
Weird, like it has this weird dip to it.
I like the head. It gives me like Asian dragon vibes. Like it reminds me of a statue you'd see in like some Chinese temples, maybe. It also kind of looks like 98. That chin and those cheeks.
It's got that Fred jaw to it, yeah.
I'm gonna exit the stream for a quick second.
You're good, don't worry.
I don't know where that tab went. It's like gone off my monitors. So be right back.
In the meantime, while we wait for Takaiju, Braden, do you like French chin because it's strong enough to take several mushroom taps to the face?
I'm sorry, mushroom what?
Mushroom taps.
Okay, excuse my ignorance. I kind of lived under a little rock, aka called the Freddo Sea. But do you mean like a physical, like a mushroom slap in the chin, or do you mean like an atomic bomb?
Neither.
I was gone for 2 seconds. What are we talking about?
We're talking about how I want to grab a bunch of mushrooms, season them, and just spread them all over Fred's chin.
Well, no, because I was asking him if he likes Fred because its chin is big and large and it can take several mushroom taps to the face. Are you, Takaiji, are you cultured enough to understand what a mushroom tap is?
Just a monkey for a second.
Oh, hi. My love is here. Look at I love
I thought I was your love. Were you cheating on me now? I will rip you in half for this.
He's a player.
Shameful.
I kind of have a thing for strong chins, and I'm not even joking. It's ironic that Fred falls under that.
Yeah, that's why you don't like Leafy.
Who the poop? I don't. What?
Don't worry, you can swear on this stream.
No, I don't swear. Wait, have we not got over that? I don't swear. Have I not told you that?
No.
It's because I would dare not dirty my mouth in the presence of our Lord Fred, because he is everywhere.
G98, what are your thoughts on this design? Oh wait, did he say?
No, he did say it. This was the one time he actually did say it.
Sorry, I'm bad. I'm
a fake fan.
You said you like the dragon head. I remember.
Sorry. I like the dragon head.
Yeah. I like it when Fred gives head.
This design right here.
Oh,
that's giving me like I don't know where my mind's going. It's like really thick and like round and like compressed. Like you just round him up, and he's like a really spiky baseball that you'd throw at your abusive dad.
For some reason, I'm looking at this design, and his crown immediately makes me think of King Ghidorah for some reason.
Oh, that does look like Ghidorah head. That looks cooler than Monster vs. Ghidorah's head, not gonna lie.
Ironically enough, I look at it, I think Monster vs. Ghidorah too. But I do like the armor on the front arms. I like those. Those are pretty nice.
I like it, but I also don't. I think the way it might be just because this drawing is a little flat. But I think I feel like it's like they kind of look like they're just sticking from the bottom of his arms, and I feel like it kind of runs into like the SP problem where like why is that there? Like if they were shortened, I think it'd be fine. But then it's like, but I think what the intention is, I think they're supposed to be out to the side of it more, but it just doesn't appear that way.
Yeah.
But draw him in a maid dress now.
What about Fred in a maid dress?
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna start working on that.
You want me to draw that for you?
Please.
I will do a sketch for you.
Oh, thank you. I should not have artist friends. And I have a lot, and I just literally just in this moment I realize the power that is upon me. I should be asking them for more things. Aye. Whole avenues have been opened.
Vic, your thoughts, bro?
I like stuff about it. Stuff I'm like, nothing I hate, but like, I guess it reminds me of like, I don't know why. I think Monster X. I think the bugs from what was this, Starship Troopers, for some reason.
The arachnids.
I think so. The colors, like the big tanker bug.
Oh, I can definitely see that with the body.
Again with the tail, it's like the 4 like club spikes too. You're right.
I told you.
like I'm not shading on this design. It's just it's a common trait that I see a lot.
See, I think it reminds me of what is it? Is it called Anguirus from '84?
Yeah,
yeah.
And I believe there was around 14 spikes on there, and 14 plus 84 is 98. So this design is, of course, a 98 reference.
I also think I think the neck could have been longer on that design, but I think it was overall pretty good.
You know who has a long neck?
And now this one right here, this is actually where I thought about the idea of the projectile spikes, because this one thought of it. So I was like, oh, that's definitely interesting. One thing I will say, however, is that I don't like the fact that like the lower fangs are longer than the front ones here. It gives it a weird, goofy look to it. But and like the rest of it overall, I really, really like.
I don't like I don't like the multiple spines on the bridge of his nose. I think it's just a bit too much. And I mean, the tail's
Can
a bit
Anguirus be
crazy.
too spiky?
I was thinking about that.
Steppenwolf Anguirus.
Essentially, yeah.
I think the back is fine. I mean, that just looks like kind of an Anguirus look, but then the tail's a bit crazy. Yeah.
I'd let him throw out my back.
I don't know how he could curl into a ball with that tail.
Oh yeah, no.
You can see it, like.
I don't like the end of the tail.
Oh no, go back. You're good.
Well, I don't like the end of the tail, but like the rest of it, I like. Reminds me of your Zim, which I really liked. The way the spikes protrude. The face, maybe could use a little less spikes. I like the eyebrow spikes. The teeth are cool. I like the body.
This is why I didn't get the spine, the spikes thing. I think some people will go too complex with the spine. That's something I didn't bring up with this spikes. I feel like you can, like, sometimes it's just a lot, and which is why I opted for a more simpler spine, because I mean Singular Point has a 3D model, so they can get away with it a little. It's not, but Singular Point Anguirus is one of the most simplified Anguirus spines, to be honest. I just think, like, when it comes to drawing, some people go overboard and just like add like 1,000 spines, which Anguirus kind of does have, but it's like you can always simplify it to make your life easier, because like drawing all that is so much work, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know, you could simplify it, but you can still have like a good amount of spines, just with not, like, you don't have to have spikes everywhere. Like, I guess like the pangolin Anguirus, it has kind of that, but it still looks clean and not like everywhere.
Yeah, like I also like one thing I also want to say is I think the colors on it were pretty bog standard, but I think, like, especially with like how many spikes there were at the end, the yellow was just everywhere.
Definitely.
Now this is
whoa.
This is a single 2-foot standing Anguirus. One thing I will say is that
Doggy Gears,
the eye colors, but the face looks like it's like a weird like mixture of mammal with Komodo dragon. But like outside of that, the body I do like, but the hands are very, very human like, which is weird to me.
His head structure sorry. I had to expel Michael Doherty from me. His head structure reminds me of an axolotl.
An axolotl?
Yeah.
In a way, I think like if his brow and the bridge of his nose had skin there, I could definitely see it even more.
You know who has skin? Fred.
I personally.
What is the skin for?
For me to rip off and peel.
Not for Fred.
No, I'm peeling it. That's the point.
It doesn't exist.
Would you have sushi with Fred?
Oh yeah, I would. I'd be his sushi.
I think this design would work better if it was on all fours, to be honest.
Well, no, I'm just thinking, because look at how long his fingers are. Just imagine this one on 4 legs.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know if it's the background, but it gives me some concept 2014 Go Nipper design vibes.
When I look at this, like, since where if you think of other property, if for some reason it makes me think of Apex Legends because of the white on red.
Interesting.
I actually like the head on this one, but that's just me.
I like the head on you.
I really like this design.
I'd hug him.
I don't think I'd hug him. I might give him a
Commodithrax.
I'd throw myself into his back.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Especially with the brown, as well as like just the very humanly muscular body.
All right, now I don't like it because I can see it. Just kidding. It's so good. You know, it does kind of honestly look like a modern Charizard though, with Anguirus stuff on them though.
Mm-hmm.
They did it well though. They did it well. I'll give it that.
They hit it. They knew what to do.
I feel like the other ones don't. They didn't exaggerate the.
And now here is, of course, it seems like every time we do these now, his stuff's older. This is 2009 Mecha G's Anguirus design, which is not.
This looks like an old one though.
This is an older one.
Yeah, that looks like, I'm pretty sure he just got the Destroy All Monsters melee asset and modified it, or the Save the Earth one.
Oh no, I know these were all done from the ground up for.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, this one I don't really like because I like the newer ones better. Yeah, I don't really like this. It kind of just looks like a shell of Anguirus that's modern. Like it just looks like a reskin. Personally,
the tail I like. That's
yeah, the tail's different. I just prefer the newer ones that he made.
What'd you say, Vic?
The newer ones were stuff I think would work for Monsterverse.
Mm-hmm. And in a way, it also feels like the carapace, like the shell, just has like no detail on it. Like it seems very, very flat in comparison to like the skin.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's not bad. No.
I just think I just prefer the newer ones because I think they were more refined and looked, just overall more original and better.
Mm-hmm.
I wish him as a person was more refined.
Yes, actually, I wish that person was more refined. But you know, this one's really kind of when I got the image, it was super
Rockamoodle.
Yeah, like the head's very, very crocodile-like, and again, like the pixels were just taken away from it. I had to zoom in on it too.
I'm sorry, whoever this artist is. Great drawing, but it reminds me of a cat about to spit up a hairball.
Yeah, because like the more you rant, the more pixels it is. Oh, 1 sec, and it's gone.
I like this design. No, just I think it's a bit. Well, I think it's a bit too crocodilian, honestly.
Yeah, like the head just looks like a crocodile, right away.
This is like taking Rampage, Lizzie or whatever, and like just putting Anguirus stuff on it.
Nate, can I submit a design?
Yes.
I just sent it to you.
You said it via Discord?
I sent you the design too.
I sent it in Discord.
Here, actually, I wonder if that.
The best one yet.
Let me share this load. Look at that beautifulness.
See,
that,
did the other ones have a smiley face? No, they didn't. Mine does.
Well, actually, one thing, he even got a nasal horn on him. He has no crown though, but
but he has a smiley face.
I think that's better than a lot. That's like the best design I've seen of Anguirus.
Of course it is.
It was made in the image of a Fredling.
I hope Monster makes that. Genuinely.
You know, this one right here.
I like the pose.
The pose is nice, but it very much feels like Chinese army inspired. Like it's put on like either Chinese, Korean, or Mongolian armor, especially where the carapace meets the shoulder and leg armor.
It reminds me of Monster Hunter Rise monster purple thing.
It reminds me of Anguirus.
The monster on the cover of the game. But it looks cool.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I just
forgot its name.
Yeah.
I forgot its name.
For some reason, I want to say Mizumune, but that's not the monster's name.
No, that's the dragon with bubbles.
Exactly, yeah.
I forgot what the other one's called.
I like the blue eyes, too.
Blue eyes.
Hey, the blue eyes are nice.
White dragon.
I'm colorblind.
I like everything except maybe the limbs could be a bit more bulky or muscular. The samurai armor on the limbs, I think, would look good for yours, Zim.
Yeah, and I think probably if I was ever to redo my drawing again, I would definitely get it closer to like that. However, I would definitely segment it a little bit more so it would look more samurai like. Because the reason I thought these were Chinese or Mongolian is that with their pauldrons, instead of them being different segments like samurai armor, they're usually just one big piece that comes down over the shoulder.
Wait, and what the hell did you send me on Instagram?
I just literally just tagged you that we're streaming. But I was that Anguirus is after he was undomesticated and he no longer is given his Anguirus food, has to hunt for his own.
I actually like the color.
Oh no, this one's cute. I love him. Oh, that's a good Anguirus dog.
He's a good boy.
You know what? Actually, this one has like that kind of ceratopsian head, but it works.
It works. Mm-hmm.
It almost reminds me of a Land Before Time Anguirus.
It does, yeah. I've always hoped that one day there will be a property where Anguirus and Baragon are just dog sized and just people have them as pets. This would be the perfect one for that.
There's an artist, Utaku Boy, who has a Baragon design, and it's just this tiny little mascot monster, and it's not a giant kaiju, so it's just pretty much what you were talking about, a dog-sized Baragon.
It's adorable.
I mean, I like this. I think it's not even. It's cool. I don't know. It's it's cute. It's
very simple.
It's simple, yeah.
Yeah.
But it works. I think they got the head down for if they wanted to go for more triceratops.
I'd give him a kiss.
Kind of look.
He's very much one that you would want to just give a big old hug to.
Yeah, and then
I'd throw myself on his back.
1 sec. Next one.
Interesting. It's giving me Godzilla vibes, but more not as cutesy.
I'm surprised there's so many green Anguirus.
I'm colorblind.
Well,
this one's not even really green. It's more like a slate.
Oh, I guess I'm colorblind too. Just kidding. I'm not.
I sure hope I'm not.
I'd say this is more so just a pretty cool Anguirus than anything too crazy of a redesign.
It's probably one of the most conservative designs that we saw.
Yeah,
the face is a little different, but outside of that, everything else is
color's different. It's W.
Yeah,
I guess it's good.
I'd pet him.
1 second. Next one.
Interesting.
This one's also got a singular point issue where the there's a spine on the back foot, but or back legs, and then of course same issue with the tail here.
Wait, could you say that you could narrow down the flaw to a singular point?
Shut up. Get out. Ban him. That was bad. That was horrible. He deserved that.
Oh. Punish me again.
I will. I didn't do that though.
No.
Not the first time I've been deported.
This. Yeah, it has the spine. I feel like the spine issue doesn't really bother me on the tail because it's a club, but on the knee, it's it's actually less bothersome than the singular point Anguirus. But it is there. I don't know.
Face looks a little weird to me.
It's very cartoonish, especially with the eyes too.
I think it's a bit pudgy. It kind of looks more of a Godzilla face than an Anguirus face.
Mm-hmm.
Anguirus doesn't really have that pudge that Showa Godzillas have.
I mean, if you feed him a lot of biscuits, he'll eventually get it.
Dude, shut up. That biscuit sounds so good right now. Oh,
Trust me, I'm eating after this stream. So
I am too. I'm gonna make grilled cheese.
I'm gonna eat Fred.
I am. Man, I can't keep talking about food because I'm gonna just be like, nope, stream's over.
Nope. Okay.
And yes.
Yeah, before the stream ends, let's have a 98 watch party.
Okay. This one right here.
Ooh.
This was also designed as a MonsterVerse Anguirus design.
Who here played Fossil Fighters?
Me.
Okay, you're pretty based. That reminds me of I forgot his name. He was an Earth type. That's all I remember. He was a sauropod and he was an Earth type.
For some reason I want to say it was Salto, but it wasn't Salto.
It might. I think it's Salto. I think it's Salto. Yeah. Let me pull up Salto and then send it to you.
Here, while you do that,
it was Salto.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Salto was also, I think, in the first game, he was also the model they used for Frigid too.
Yes, he was.
I don't know why, but I feel like this design, like, I think it looks good, but the crest on the crown, I feel like it looks like it looks like it's separate from the head itself. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be the perspective and how it's
drawn. Oh yeah, I could see that.
I really like the colors and the tail looks cool. It looks like a mace type weapon for the end there.
It almost looks like too much like an actual mace rather than it like being bone.
Also, is it me or does it seem so big that it would just like fall off?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd gladly stand under it, but like, you know,
like it looks like it's not really actually attached because it just looks like an actual mace rather than like bone.
What if funny, silly little Anguirus could like chuck the ball off of his tail and then like reattach it and then chuck it again?
Or like it's on a chain and it's like
kunai with chain.
Yeah, I like the back. I think that's cool. I think the way it's done is cool.
Well, everything about it except for the like tail. It's like the tail end is very good. I very much like that.
Yeah.
And then the last one.
Ooh.
Oh.
This is also a Titanus like
big
design too.
Wait, did you get the one I sent you though?
I did, yeah.
And staying in the MonsterVerse spirit of head proportions.
Like in my opinion, it's almost like a Final Wars Anguirus.
Wait, what?
I was gonna say it's like a Final Wars Anguirus, but better.
Sorry, that's what the implication that Final Wars Anguirus isn't perfection.
Yes.
No, he's in Final Wars, thereby perfection. Final Wars has Minya.
Can we watch Final Wars?
I want to watch Final Wars.
What were you gonna say, Vic? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Although I was just saying, with a bigger head would be pretty darn cool.
I concur.
Yeah, maybe a little bigger. I kind of like the small head, but I think a little bigger would help.
Okay, MonsterVerse fan.
Shut up. You like 2014?
Yeah, I do, and he has a nicely proportioned head. What's your point?
Okay, besides the head, I mean, I kind of actually like the way the head looks, not the size. I think the horns, the crown, I feel like it might be just the drawing. I feel like it looks a bit weird in the drawing. Like I feel like maybe the perspective is a bit off because it looks like the one side of his horns are like smaller than the other side. But I think that's just the drawing, so I'm not gonna knock it for that. I think it looks cool. The spines are very cool. I like the tail a lot. I like this one. This is really cool. Honestly, I think a MonsterVerse Anguirus would look like this. This doesn't top SP Anguirus for me, but it is It would be in top tier Anguirus design.
The spines remind me of Fred.
With a bigger head. Fred?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I just like look at a wall and I'm like, yo, there were walls in '98. And it reminds me of it.
I couldn't find this person. Like, I couldn't find a full image of it, but
I love this dude. He's epic.
This was the winner for a redesign contest I had.
The head's a little weird, and then like right here, it looks super, super, super mammally. But yeah, like very much I could tell it's very frog and pangolin inspired. Although I really love the tail and the carapace. Those are like the two things that I love the most.
Okay, but like this guy's a big 2014 fan. Everything he does is perfect.
This guy's art is crazy. It's cool.
It is. It's insane.
Like, look at that Destroyer. I would accept that as a Destroyer design. I'm like, okay, well, you proved that Destroyer can be cool.
He likes 2014, thereby based.
Based in Brody Pill.
Oh, no, not that.
This is personally one of my favorite Anguirus designs.
I like the spiky Anguirus.
Yeah. I also like the colors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the colors are definitely different, but also very interesting. Like I think
he based it, if I remember, I think he based it off a leatherback sea turtle.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Yeah. Vic, your thoughts?
I like the carapace, the colors. The head's a little weird. I'm getting penguin vibes. I don't like the tail from what I saw.
I'll go back up for you.
Yeah, I don't like the tail. It looks like a caterpillar.
Mothra larva reference?
Go King of Monster, Godzilla, Mothra dies for Godzilla. I gotta edit that video.
You gotta edit a ton of videos.
Yeah.
Same.
But yeah,
what's that?
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like next time we should maybe bring in our favorite like fan design that isn't like ours. Like I feel like showcasing ours is awesome, but like, or maybe do both. Like showcase like a fan, unless you already have it in the list of stuff you have, but like have like a fan design that we just really like this is our favorite.
Oh no, like a lot of the ones that I shown you were ones I was like, oh, I really, really like these.
Yeah.
Well, like probably my favorite Godzilla fan film, Godzilla King of the Monsters, has some pretty cool kaiju designs.
Nah. They're all bad.
Oh, I see.
But
Methuselah, best
overall, buddy. I would say it like actually I Takaiju, none of them at all pass over overtook Singular Point as your favorite Anguirus design.
Oh, the two that came close were that like Monsterverse looking one, and I really like the Pangolin Anguirus. And mine. Those two I really come close. Like I would love to see that. That would be like probably.
So
I feel like they wouldn't beat Singular Point Anguirus, but they'd come close.
Your tastes are never mind. No, nothing. Sorry, the voices are speaking again.
What about you, Vic? What would you say was your favorite out of the designs we showed off today?
Some that stood out were like, I guess some of the ones that were closer to like traditional Anguirus, but like still had that gnarly edge to them. Like some of the more Monsterverse types, and then some of like the more 90s inspired designs.
That's fair enough. I would say probably overall, the blue one with like the sort of neck frill I really liked. The Monsterverse one was probably a big one too. The Pangolin one probably would have been a third for me primarily. But yeah, no, definitely. Like it's always interesting to see how everyone interprets something, and that's why I also want to make sure I got a ton for this stream, which we made it with 4 hours and 33 minutes, and I want to thank Takaiju and Defender. You beaner, because you came in late.
Beaters
I
are
love
always
you.
late.
I love you all the same. Don't worry.
Okay, I thought I was the favorite, but okay.
No, you're not the favorite today.
Oh, okay.
Shame on you.
Dakota, since you seem to have wanted to hear my stupid reuse of a joke, I was just gonna say, your tastes seem to be focused on a singular point.
Jesus, shut up.
Sakachi, you want to drop your stuff, drop your credentials?
Yeah,
and where
you could
find
you. Can follow me at Takaiju Art, Takaiju space art underscore Takaiju Takaiju underscore art on both Instagram and Twitter. And I make art sometimes and take a long time, but it's good art, I think. Yeah, so go follow me if you want more Godzilla stupid redesigns.
Yeah. Vic, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at G98Appreciator. Hopefully I'm going to be getting some more art on there, some more projects, and just overall more 98 stuff.
And
Hi.
HDD Beaterman, where can we find you?
At HD. Okay, let's see how it is. Once again, Beaner's sent away by the privileged landlord who won't.
Hey, I'm black, so don't you give me that.
Well, then you're making new grounds then. I don't even know where I was going with this. Look for the funny fishy logo. I'm not going to post anything on any social media until next year. So have fun. Just I don't know. I don't even know. Looking at my stuff. I'll try to pop in on these streams now and then if I can, if I have time, which is something I don't have much of. I have a Discord. Good luck finding it. I usually pop in just to be mean to people. Yeah.
Be a true gatekeeper.
Yes. I of course gatekeep that 98 is the best Godzilla.
What was that? What did you say?
Cars 2 is the best movie ever made. And 98's the.
I have power here.
I like that.
I know you do. And for everyone else here, you can find me at Zimzol99 almost everywhere. You can find me at Zimzol99YT on PS5, PS4. You can just find me at Zimzol99 on almost any other gaming platform. I want to thank everyone, especially you all on the East Coast with me. It is 1:37 where I am now.
Quick question.
Yes.
So I can find you anywhere. What if I can I find you on Tinder under that name?
Yes, actually.
Wait, are you serious?
Really?
I don't know if that's really
have a good
sad
one, everybody.
or a power
I hate
move.
Godzilla.